All right. Welcome to day 2 of the NFLHC 2020 draft. This is the final day. We are doing rounds 2 through 4, and then we're doing a 2-hour or so break, maybe a little. We'll see how it goes, but probably around 2 hours. And then we're going to finish up after that. We have Tennessee Titans picking first, number 33 overall. There's been a lot of talk about trades overnight. Haven't seen any yet, though. But I am expecting this pick to be traded. I don't know who is talking about it, but it seems like there's some activity around this spot. Who do you guys think people might be wanting to trade up for in this spot?
Personally, I have the best player remaining as Michael Williams, the strong safety out of Tennessee. He's a big impact thumper, but that being said, he's also a safety. I'm not sure people value safety that much to trade up.
That's true. I have him pretty highly rated on my board right now as well. I would also consider one of these cornerbacks that fell out of the first round. It's pretty rare that a cornerback that comes out as an 80 overall makes it to the second round. And there's 2 now, as well as Eugene Malone, who I think a lot of people are high on, who's a 79. So there's some pretty interesting corner picks here that I think could be there. There's also a couple of defensive tackles that I think are pretty decent value here. Nigel McKinney. I'm not as high in Ronald Barker, but somebody might be if they're running a 3-4. He's a 2-gap guy. I don't think there's a quarterback or a running back somebody would want to trade up to here, but most of the quarterbacks at this point that we expected to go did go. And I think the next highest one on Saluna's board was Conroy. Where do you guys think he has a chance of going?
My bet is late second, early third. I think someone will take a chance on him then if they want a quarterback. I'm not sure what team. Maybe Tennessee will try to trade up. Maybe another team with some questions at quarterback will also try to trade up. It's really hard to see, but I think Conroy definitely goes in the early part of today.
Conroy somewhere in the mid to late second. I can see someone potentially trading up for him, but it's probably in the Titans' best interest to get a hold of him when they can.
I could see the Titans taking him with their first pick in the third if he makes it that far. If he doesn't, Seattle might be a possibility. They did let Alexander Williams go. They don't really have an heir apparent, I don't think. Of course, there's still, after the draft, there's still some free agency stuff where some of these guys might reconsider and sign for cheaper. But
I think Alex Williams is fairly overrated. I don't think he's that good.
Well, he did play in a Super Bowl, but then again, so did
Mike Hill.
Mike Hill.
I'd take a quick look at the running backs. We can see quite a few of them go this round as well, particularly J.B. Blacknell out of UAB.
Yeah, I think he's an interesting prospect. I don't know. I think he can fit in pretty much any offense, so that's a plus. He's an 82 overall. The biggest question about him is his level of competition that he played against. Will that translate to the NFL? But he definitely seems to be a falling guy. A lot of people had him going in the first round as the second running back taken. But, of course, we saw Pacheco goes as a second running back. I actually like quite a few running backs going in the second. I think we'll probably see 3 or 4. could see Blacknell, Musa Good, Sean Bell, and maybe Marcus Williams as well. Probably going in the second round. I don't know about Harden, Sheffield. Those guys are I'm a little lower on, but some people might like them too.
I really like Marcus Williams personally. I think it's a toss-up between him and Blacknall for the best remaining running back. Musa Good also deserves a shout. He's got excellent vision. He's excellent with the ball, but he's a bit one-dimensional right now. He's not a do-it-all running back just yet, but he's got the potential to be.
All right. What do you guys think are some of the later round guys here? We're talking most about the second round, but we got all day today, so.
I ain't bringing him up yet.
Well, just like mention one guy that you'd like in the late round.
That I wouldn't draft, I guess. The kicker, Eric Holder. Dude's money, and there's like no kickers in this draft.
Yeah, this is the worst kicker draft we've ever had, I
It's
think.
terrible. It's fucking awful if you need a kicker.
I think the punter out of Ball State, Luke McHenry,
Yeah, he's probably pretty good too.
that guy is fucking good. He might be a Pro Bowler someday. I could see him going like the fourth round, even though he's a punter. Some teams are like, I think the Chargers really need a punter. I don't know who else, but I'm pretty sure they're one of the worst punting teams. They could really use him.
By the way, are the picks today are 6 minutes second round and then 3 minutes third round? I always forget.
I also like Brian Becker, the tight end from Connecticut.
Shut up. I'm not in this year's draft.
I'm going to give a shout to Norman Spencer out of Maryland. The guy is a special teams monster. He's 5'9", 159, but he's got 4 special teams touchdowns on the year. Should be drafted sometime late.
Yeah, that guy, he's probably only a return specialist just because he's so fucking small, but I think he's a 7th round pick. Somebody's going to want to get
Yeah,
it.
he's going to be like a 6th or 7th round pick. Rome said, who do we think is the next tight end taken? And I think it's got to be Jordan Kemp.
Yeah, I think Kemp is the best tight end remaining. He's a blocking guy. His pro day showed he's really not much of a receiver at all, but he is an early declaration, so he can probably improve. But his blocking is amazing. Like, if you need a tight end that's going to line up and block on your running plays, this guy is going to be a beast. So, it's pretty one-dimensional, but I think with the right scheme fit, he'd be a great pick in the second or third round.
Yeah, Kemp would be a pretty good tight end here, but if you want to go for the receiving end, I take an eye for Patrick Glass out of Mississippi State. We talked about Curtis Henry not putting up numbers for Utah State. This guy has excellent production in his time with the Bulldogs. Probably the best receiving tight end left on the board.
He's also 6'6", 203, 1 pound more than Henry. But his name's Glass, so let's hope he's not made of glass. Oh, we just had a trade happen.
That's
But
very
it's,
minor.
yeah. Kansas City traded for a...
I actually thought
Corner.
Donald Edwards was not that bad, but I guess he's only worth a 5th rounder. Weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess the Chiefs, they wanted a corner. They didn't think they'd get one.
I guess the Titans are getting one now.
Yeah, so unless they trade this pick, I would expect this to be Harris, the
I would think
quarterback.
that would be a bad pick because I think Harris is a project. I would
Yeah,
trade.
I don't think he's a starter day one, but Time Wyman is not the kind of guy I would want personally. But I don't like man coverage guys, so
I think this should be Eugene Malone.
it could be him too. He's probably a better starter day one, even though he's a 79. I think Bailey is gonna fall because of his combine shit, and he just also wasn't putting up very good numbers in college.
Yeah, there's a considerable difference between the two LSU corners. I could potentially see this being Tom Wyman out of TCU, but I think either Malone or Harris are probably better prospects.
I like Harris more because his combine was clearly way better than Wyman. He's clearly a better athlete, and I feel like at cornerback that's a pretty important thing. He didn't play good competition, obviously, but Wyman at TCU pretty much didn't do anything, and he declared early. So, and he has personal conduct issues. So there's issues. There's a lot to not like about him.
Here's a question for the panel. Who is the next wide receiver taken and why?
That's tough. I was just looking at that.
I think it's going to be Oldham.
I think it's going to be
Oldham.
Tyrus Wilson.
Wilson go this high?
I like Tyrus Wilson. I don't know if he's the next receiver taken, but he is really fucking fast. That's a plus for him. 49ers would probably like him, but I don't think he'll fall that far.
Yeah, it's either going to be Oldham or I don't think it's going to be Franklin.
Yeah, it's probably going to be Oldham here. I like him way more as a prospect than Franklin.
Oldham's also put up really big numbers over his 3 years. My bet is on Oldham.
Yeah, the Titans said no matter what, our secondary can't get worse from last year. They have no idea what could happen.
Let's not forget the Chiefs that one year where they had no corners. Or even the Vikings last year.
Or
Vikings this year.
Yeah.
I do have a pretty good idea of who the Titans are taking now.
Well, I mean, it's a corner.
Well, yes, but which corner?
Arizona is also picking at 34. They've been trying to trade this pick. I don't know that they're getting what they want, but if they do pick it, what do you guys think they go? Assuming Tennessee takes one of those corners.
I think they should probably take another corner.
You think so?
I mean,
they
I
took
don't know what else is
Gardner
valued
last
right now.
year.
They don't need receivers. They don't need running backs. I don't know what else is of value.
The defensive end here would probably not be the best idea, but we do need one of those.
What about Nigel McKinney?
I told you I don't like the defensive tackles.
I think they have 2 aging safeties. They might take a flyer on Michael Williams, but I'm not sure that's the best. That's the
Beasley's
best
like
fit.
26, but has like 3 ACL tears.
Yeah, but he's a free safety.
TJ Lawrence, the free safety out of Notre Dame, is a guy I'm pretty high on as well. I don't think we talked about him at all yesterday. He had a pretty lackluster combine, but he's put together a few good campaigns at Notre Dame. He should be taken sometime, I think, in the early part of round 2. Don't know if he goes to Arizona, though.
I could see maybe San Diego or Los Angeles Chargers pick him up. Cleveland, maybe. Actually, Miami might be a spot for him. They have 2 picks coming up very soon. And as we all know, they had issues with free safety. They drafted one last year and then immediately traded him. So maybe they try to pick him up. Can we talk about how Kansas City traded up from, they had 2 first-round picks, and then they traded up to number 9, and then they traded back up into the first round to their original first-round pick. How does that make sense?
Yeah, that's some shit.
I don't understand that much at all, but we all know Enmiz loves trading.
I've learned not to question Casey.
I think they deserve a lot of questions.
Secretly controlled by Dean.
Well, he did trade with Dean both those times, so
That's why I've said that.
all right, we're about 5 minutes away. Any last thoughts before we get started, guys? Apparently not.
I know.
Sorry, I've been updating the trades.
I've been looking at like players pro day stuff. I think we know it's corner first. I don't know what the Cardinals are gonna do. I really don't know what the Chargers are gonna do. I guess if he said he claims Musa good, I don't know if I like that. Then after that, it gets a little, I don't know. I think Browns and Dolphins can both take BPA probably. Dolphins need a receiver actually.
Yeah, I think the Dolphins with their 2 picks here can take receiver and one of those safeties would be my guess.
We have 2 minutes left. I'll start it exactly at 1. You have 6 minutes for the second round. I don't remember what it is for the third.
3 minutes?
That sounds right.
Yeah, it eventually goes down to like 2 or something.
It's 2. I think after the 4th round, it's just 2 minutes every time. I think last year, the 5th, 6th, and 7th round combined only took an hour and a half.
Yeah.
One minute. There are people asking for the YouTube stream link. I posted a thread and posted it in the shop box.
All right, on the wiki, all trades for draft picks should be updated now.
Nice. Well done.
Thank you.
$30 seconds.
So the Chargers and Cardinals pick. Do we expect them to take running back here? Maybe Blacknell?
They do need a running back. I think they traded Cole,
10 seconds.
but they also desperately need wide receivers. So I don't know.
The Tennessee Titans are now on the clock.
So we're all thinking corner. We don't know which one. Let's take bets around the commentators table. I'm going to go with Tom Wyman out of TCU.
Eugene Malone.
Harris.
I will go with Harris.
I think if they take Harris, they're about to find out how shit secondaries get for at least a year. He would be their first corner, I think.
Pick is in already.
With the 33rd pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Jordan Harris, cornerback, North Dakota State. The Cardinals are now on the clock.
I guess me and Imposter win that round.
He had inside sources. So yeah, Harris, good prospect in the long run, but won't be much of a help this year.
I think it might be even 2 years before he's worth it.
That said, he's also the first FCS player to be taken this draft.
Ever.
He's raw, but he had an excellent combine. He broke a lot of records for the cornerbacks. I think potential-wise, he's through the roof. There's always questions about how ready he is. Obviously, we have questions about that as well. But I think we can all agree that Jordan Harris is going to be a very good player in the future if he lives up to what he's able to do athletically.
So the biggest question I have about this is, do they take a quarterback with their next pick now?
I think they are in the conversation for Conroy, or I guess they might like Jennings. Some people are not really high on him, but it's kind of flying under the radar. But yeah, I like Harris. I agree he's not going to be great right away, but with the second round pick, you usually can't expect a guy these days to be an immediate impact star. Usually most of these guys have flaws, so I would not be surprised if in a couple years he's a solid corner.
Yeah,
I feel like he'll be a good corner, but only nickel.
Yeah, I do like him. I think he'll be good, but it's going to take some time.
Arizona's pick is in.
With the 34th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Eugene Malone, cornerback, LSU. The LA Chargers are now on the clock.
It's a good pick. He'll be their second corner, I believe.
I think this is a better
Gardner pick last year. Is Gardner man coverage?
Gardner's a zone guy.
Okay, so now I have a mixed up there, but I think it'll work. It can still work. Yeah, I think this guy, he's going to be a more immediate impact guy than Harris, but I don't know if his ceiling is as high. We'll see.
Who's drafting for San Diego today? Is it Wooden?
Yeah.
Oh, is Randy not here?
No, Pump is not here.
Oh, San Diego. Sorry, you said Arizona.
They could really go a lot of places. I think they just traded their strong safety though. Michael Williams is a great value here. They might be looking for
They have
some offensive
Tavian Oliphant.
playmakers.
They really don't need a sharp safety.
I know they've been shopping. I wasn't sure if they traded him yet.
Looks like that pick is in.
I think it's running back here.
With the 35th pick of the 2020 draft, the LA Chargers select Tom Oldham, wide receiver, Iowa State. The Browns are now on the clock.
He called that being the first receiver taken. I kind of like it, but at the same time, this guy is like, I don't think he's a number one receiver. I think he's like another number two that they have quite a few of.
It's decent filling a semi need, but they have way bigger needs in receiver.
Oldham is a very fast guy. He can get underneath balls, decent catching ability. If they're rolling with Matty Swift next year and trying to air it out, he could be a good wide receiver too, just to stretch a defense out. Cleveland's very interesting in this next spot. I think we all agree that they had a very solid day one. I'm very curious to see what they do here.
I think they're going to take Musa Good. They really need a running back. He's from Ohio State. Dean is a fucking homer. And
Dean recruited Musa Good.
yeah. And this is a spot where it would make sense for him, I think. He is a fairly good running back.
They need more second-round running backs on their team.
See this being good over Blacknell. I think Blacknell's a better prospect, but Good's change of pace for sure.
I also think Good is more NFL ready. I don't know what the readiness scores are, but Good is a better ball carrier than Blacknell. Blacknell right now is very well balanced, but he just doesn't have the vision and ability that Good has. It's up to the Browns there. They might not even take running back here.
Lions are trying to actively trade up, and I guess they have a partner with Miami.
Oh, the pick is in.
With the 36th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Cleveland Browns select Sean Bell, running back, Baylor. Miami's now on the clock. I don't like that.
No, I hate that pick. Sean Bell is a project running back. I think he was taken way too high to a team that's going to try to use him early. I don't like that pick at all.
I think that was a fairly bad pick, yeah.
I don't hate it. I kind of like Sean Bell. I was hoping he'd fall a little farther, actually.
He's a project, though. He's definitely a project.
Yeah, I don't think he's the starter day one, but I personally like his receiving ability and his combine. I was considering taking him at some point and converting him to a receiver, but I'm not sure if he's going to be that great of a running back right away. He does seem to have some issues vision-wise and whatnot.
I need to tell Dean to stop bringing up players in the chat because literally that's 3 picks in a row where the person he brings up goes.
Picking what Dean recommends seems like a horrible strategy.
I mean, it's 3 in a row.
My team was run by Dean and hanged myself.
All right, so Miami, I could see them taking either of the safeties, the top safeties, or a wide receiver here. If I were them, I'd take probably Tyrus Wilson if I was taking a receiver.
A spot to look at if they don't trade down might be Dylan Hastings, the offensive tackle out of Boston College. Offensive tackle has a really big drop off after him, in my opinion, and Marcellus Peterson isn't getting any younger.
Pick
Yeah,
is in. With the 37th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select T.J. Lawrence, free safety, Notre Dame. Miami remains on the clock.
Yeah, I expected a safety here.
Do they?
I could see them taking the other safety with this pick as well,
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking here.
but they still do need a receiver, I think.
Yeah, this likely ends up being either receiver or strong safety, leading towards the latter in that case.
That would be going for the San Francisco strategy, dual safeties as rookies.
Dual safeties as rookies, then win the Super Bowl. It's a proven strategy. Miami pulled the trigger. This may be the spot that they might trade down to Detroit. I know there's been talk about it. I'm not sure who Detroit is wanting here. They might be wanting a cornerback to pair with Keyshawn. I
They
know
really need a
CB2.
corner. They've needed one for years.
Best corner, I guess, remaining is Tom Wyman. They may also be looking at Prince Williams out of Air Force, who's had an amazing year.
I don't think Slinky would want a man coverage guy. He hates man coverage corners.
Yeah, there's no way Slinky touches a man coverage guy. I can't see it.
Pick is in. With the 38th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Michael Williams, strong safety, Tennessee. The Dallas Cowboys are now on the clock.
I like both those picks for them. Probably won't work this year, but long term, it's a pretty interesting combo. They already have two of the best corners in the league, so I feel like they can still have a good pass defense even with rookie safeties.
I think this is a good pairing too. TJ Lawrence is definitely more of a center fielder type free safety, and Michael Williams is a guy that's going to go down and make the big hits, even if he doesn't get many picks. I think this is going to be a good foundation at that spot for years to come.
Dallas is on the clock. I have Dallas picking Dylan Hastings. I just know that when I was talking in the shop box last night, Yellow Evan was saying how one of their worst starters is their right tackle. It's like a 79 or something.
Yeah, Giovanni Garrison out of ECU. I think he tore his ACL last year. They may be looking at Jordan Kemp. I know they took Erasmus High last year, but Kemp is a better blocker. I think it might be a really good fit. Might move High out to a wide receiver or something to get a better personnel for that run-heavy offense.
Could this potentially be another defensive end to Mayor Joseph Randolph?
There's not really much left in defensive end. Pick is in.
Oh, sorry, my mic was broken. 39th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, Dallas Cowboys select Benjamin Franklin, wide receiver, Rutgers. Saints are now on the clock.
I don't love that pick. He seems like another what's that guy's name? ML Creedwell to me. And now the receivers are like both under 6 feet, I believe.
He's really fucking short. He's 5'9".
He is really fast though.
Yeah, he's like a Creewall.
They may be trying to take advantage of Graham Burnett's big arm. That's one of the knocks I think we had on Taylor Rodriguez coming out. He just doesn't have the arm talent, and Burnett definitely checks off the books at as a passer. Maybe trying to get someone to stretch the field along with their other reliable targets. Right now it's the New Orleans Saints picking. I think they wanted Eugene Malone to be here at this pick. They may be giving Tom Wyman a long, hard look. We know how many problems they've had
Are you going
at
to
the
Kotar
cornerback
Wyman
position.
this round?
I guess that's what's happening. He's the new Jay Wade, where we talk about him after every pick until he's taken.
Where you talk about him after every pick?
I'm not sure if that's who they're going for. They did trade for Brady, remember? So they have him and Styles as their 1 and 2. I would think that if they're going to get a corner, he'd be their third corner. I feel like they can improve in other ways. I would not be surprised if they take one of the tight ends here because they did trade Spec Davidson, and they don't really have a replacement for him.
I definitely agree.
Whoa, feedback. You guys both talked at the same time. I don't think anyone heard what you said.
Kemp doesn't make sense here, though.
Could be the other tight end, though, the 79. Patrick Glass or William Johnson.
They only have another minute and a half. Just over a minute. Are they trying to trade?
Kafka did say who wants a wide receiver in the
Kafka's on the
shout box.
Lions.
Oh, I fucking keep thinking he's still on the Saints. It doesn't help that the Colorado logo is the same colors as the Saints logo.
Oh, they have 40 seconds left. Get ready to snipe.
We've got our pick.
Nope. 30 seconds left. 25. Picks in. With the 40th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Patrick Glass, tight end, Mississippi State. The Packers are now on the clock.
Call it that one. Not sure he's going to be. He's obviously no Spec Davidson, so he's going to take a little while to mature, I think. But long term, I think he's a decent starter.
Let's see what Spiral does here.
Spiral making his case for Executive of the Year so far.
ideal Super Bowl right now is Packers beating the Jets. The memes would be great.
I think the AFC East should take a break from Super Bowls for a while.
So I'm not entirely sure what the Packers need to get a hold of right here. Maybe
They need a
the
guard.
center?
They're going to take a guard, I think.
Oh. Guard would probably be a good pickup, yeah. Looking around, maybe a defensive tackle. I could see this being Nigel Buchanan.
I don't know which guard is the best right now, but I'm fairly certain that's what they're going to take. And Spiral did say he was considering taking Benson Gifford with one of his first-round picks. So
Yeah, Lucas Hopkins would be a pretty solid pickup here as well.
take his in.
With the 41st pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Lucas Hopkins, guard, Missouri. The Jets are now on the clock.
Damn, called 2 in a row.
I like it.
All right, the Jets, I think they're going to take a wide receiver.
Yeah, they did say that yesterday. Can we just... I think the Packers have taken 3 81-plus players this draft.
You guys, if they do take a receiver, who do you think they're taking? There's a bunch of 80s left and some 79s that people are high on, like Tyrus Wilson.
I'm going to go with Tyrus just because of the commentary effect.
Yeah, we can predict. We force picks.
Jets should 100% pick Tyrus Wilson here. Obviously, the only pick that matters right now.
Who's drafting for the Jets today?
I wouldn't say it's Jumbo. If it's not receiver, what positions do you think they can buff up on?
Center. They could draft 79 overall center. I feel like you might fall to their third-round pick, though.
Yeah, Hastings isn't a terrible pick here. Of course, it'd be an improvement over what they have now, arguably.
1.5 minutes left.
That said, I do think this is probably a receiver here.
Picks traded to the Texans.
Interesting. I would guess they're going to go for Wyman.
I think that the Jets are going for the center, so they didn't want to take him yet.
Pick is in.
With the 42nd pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Tom Wyman, cornerback, TCU. The Cardinals are now on the clock. Awful pick.
Houston having a terrible draft for Luna.
Awful pick. Holy shit. The guy had no interceptions.
Yeah, I don't love that pick either. But maybe it's just a coaching problem since a lot of TCU players did poorly this
You
past
can't trade
couple
up for
years.
something like that. That's just stupid.
Yeah, I really don't like
What was
Wyman.
the trade did we see? Let's see, it was round 2 and a 4 to move up 9 spots, or is it? No, it's 11 spots.
I don't understand this. Terrible pick. I think the
Arizona's
Texans.
on the clock again.
I think historically the Texans might have one of the worst drafts ever. Like, I'm not talking about this draft in particular. I'm just saying in general, their drafts are like the worst.
Yeah, never forget they drafted Gordon Kleinsasser in the first.
I think they had Buzz in the
Ocherve
second.
In the second.
They're also one of the teams that had the 3 first-round picks and busted on all 3, didn't they? As is tradition.
Did they?
Wasn't
How
it Bill
did they
Young
bust
and DeAndre Hopkins and one other guy?
DeAndre Hopkins. Picks in. With the 43rd pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Omar McManus, defensive end, Fresno State. The Bears are now on the clock.
I'm so angry.
I love that
I
pick.
actually
Omar
considered taking
is
him in
really
4
good.
picks, so
Omar is an athletic freak. He's a big bull rusher with good speed. This is a steal. I love this pick.
That dude is small for a defensive end.
But yeah, Omar is fantastic.
and he
I
is really
envy the
small.
Cardinals.
I would expect the Bears to take Dylan Hastings here. Either that or a running back, because I don't think they want to keep going with what's his name forever.
Yeah, I think running back would actually be the pick here.
If they go with the running back, I would expect it to be good.
And he's gonna get Ben Good next year.
Could be Marcus Williams, though. Or even they might like Blacknell too. I don't know. I feel like Blacknell is at this point he's kind of valuable. I feel like he's got like anti-hype because of his competition, but his pro day was not bad. I feel like.
I agree.
This could potentially be a guard for Bears. I know Nick Ramos is still on the block.
If the Bears don't take running back here, I would expect Seattle would possibly take one. They do have Booker T, but it's coming off an ACL tear, and they're going into a new system. You might want some insurance.
Could the Bears potentially trade this pick away?
Tampa's trying to move up into the middle of the second. So somewhere around where we are now. So maybe they're talking with them.
I think we're trying to trade this away. Not sure who people would trade up for though.
Apparently Storm wants to take Eric Jennings here, but Dartmouth is trying to convince him not to do it. Okay. I would expect this to be Blackmell then.
Yeah, I can't see this not being Blackmell.
Number 56 and 124 for 44. So it's a fourth and a second. Let's move up 12 spot. Pick is in, by the way. Interesting. I thought it would be Blackmell, but I like Good as well. Maybe this will be Blackmell. Here goes the running back run.
I mean, Good slots in to fill in for Booker T. Both are speed backs. Guess they're not looking to change up the offensive scheme much.
Good was running in an offense with a pocket passer, right? I like that a lot. He'll be really good in Seattle. He had a really good combine, I think.
Interesting fall for Blackmell here.
I don't know who would take him though. The rest of these teams have good running backs. Maybe San Diego when they pick up 51. Apparently Tampa was trying to trade up to take Marcus Williams. And Anna's pick is in. It's not going to matter because A.J. Jefferson is still your quarterback.
I don't know how to feel about this pick.
Oh, my mic was muted. They took Tyrus Wilson. God damn it.
I'm pretty pumped. I didn't think he'd last this long, so I was actually trying to trade down, and then it just happened.
I don't think this pick's that great for them because they have AJJ. So it's not going to matter.
Replacement for Riddick down the line, maybe? I don't know.
Interesting fact, that was 3 Big Ten players taken in a row. Musa Good, Marcus Williams, Tyrus Wilson. Way to go, guys up north.
Washington picking.
Nope.
Not sure what Washington really needs. They picked a wide receiver earlier. I feel like they need an inside linebacker, but none of these guys I would really consider taking here.
This could be a guard, maybe. Need someone on the opposite side of Clayton Williams. Also, they're really bad at inside linebacker, but I don't know if any of them are worth it.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. I know Nephew Jack is drafting again, but he's on his phone, so this might take a while, I think.
2 minutes left.
Yeah, I definitely didn't have Blacknall as, I guess, the running back 6 now. He's really good value, as you guys are saying. I would have taken him over probably everyone except for Williams, Good, and Rogers.
If I've learned one thing on this side, it's that people are overly cautious about faults. So it's not surprising. Picks in with the 47th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft. The Washington Redskins select Nick Ramos, guard, Colorado State. The Jaguars are now on the clock.
Ramos 2.0, maybe. I expect Jacksonville to take the offensive tackle, Dylan Hastings.
Ramos is a good pick here, I feel.
Pick is in. With the 48th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Raphael O'Donnell, offensive tackle, Colorado State. The Bills are now on the clock.
Wow, 2 Colorado State players in a row.
This guy, I can't believe I got this guy. Like, I had him rated as like the 25th best player in the draft. I love it.
All right, Buffalo is on the clock. This is their first pick, I believe.
It is indeed.
What happened to the first rounder?
They traded it for Seaverns. Well, we know they definitely don't need defensive line. They need a quarterback. They need receivers. They need secondary. None of those positions are very valuable right now, but we'll see.
Could be a Prince Williams move if they need cornerback. He's really good. No one else really comes to mind.
I don't know if they have any plans of actually re-signing Younger. This could maybe be quarterback, but I'm not feeling it.
I think that would be a reach at this point, honestly.
Yeah. Potential tight end, William Johnson or Jordan Kemp.
Actually, Kemp might be a good pick for them because they are mostly a running team, and he is a great blocker. I don't think they have a tight end that's worth noting.
I agree with Alien. Jordan Kemp is a really good fit with the Bills. He can make a lot of holes happen for Des, and if they stay with a scrambling quarterback, it just makes a lot of sense in my opinion.
I don't know what their QB plan is, though.
Fever stressing he didn't have the draft interface up. I guess he just woke up or something. Come on, Fever.
He's got 1 minute or 1.5 minutes.
Bill showing up late to the draft, not a good look.
Someone link him the interface because he doesn't have the fucking link.
He's got it now.
They should take Jordan Harris here.
Isn't he already gone?
I'm just fucking
That's
with
a
Fever.
joke.
They should take the other Eric Jennings here. Don't let me down.
It's a reach, but at the same time, it's not a terrible, terrible idea.
1 minute left. If he takes too long, sniping would be the Dolphins.
I feel like the Dolphins have had a lot of snipe opportunities through the first, I don't know, round and a half. After this pick, the only team yet to pick will be the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I completely forgot they existed.
I think someone did a shoutbox poll who had the worst first round, and a lot of people voted the Steelers. RIP. PB Holmes.
For the record, Steelers will not be picking until the 73rd pick, which is in the early-ish third round.
And they got PB Holmes for it.
Half a minute left for Buffalo. Oh, this is a trade. They're
Trade,
trying
Jets
to
are
move
up.
with the Jets.
Why would you trade with the Jets? What the fuck? 10 seconds. Dolphins can snipe.
This has to be a
Picks
blackmail
in.
move.
With the 49th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Nathaniel Woodworth, cornerback, Miami. The Miami Dolphins are now on the clock.
I hate this pick, really.
He had the worst workout of anyone I've ever seen.
Yeah, I was not a fan of that. I actually think pretty much every corner above him, rating-wise, is better, and also several of them lower.
I liked Woodworth in college, but his pro day was absolutely terrible. Combine wasn't much to smile about either.
By God, they've Hackenberg the second round.
I thought they were.
With their third pick in the second round.
I thought they would have for sure gone for JV Blacknall. That I'm really confused.
Everybody's shitting on it in the shout box too. Holy crap. The guy that sounds like they're constantly taking a piss on is Alien. It's his aquarium.
All right, Dolphins again. What do we have?
Maybe they'll draft another running back because they only have what's his name plus Will Fuller. They could track Blacknall as well.
Has Fuller made a stat sheet since they drafted him?
I don't think he's done anything.
Did they get rid of Marcus Berry? I can't remember.
No, they still have him. They still have him.
All right. I don't know if they plan on getting rid of his contract.
I think Miami's going to take a wide receiver personally, but I don't know which one because these ones that are left they all have like significant issues. I think.
This could maybe be your guy out of Temple, Lamont Crawford.
Yeah, it could be.
I'm pretty high on Crawford. He's a good player. He produced well for you.
Yeah, I definitely do not hate Crawford as a prospect. Pretty solid mid-round receiver, definitely.
I'll hold off on my opinion of him until he's picked. They sure are taking their sweet ass time, though.
Yeah, we've really slowed down. The last 4 picks have all taken the full time.
Well, not your pick.
That was 5 picks ago?
That was 2 picks ago.
Oh.
There was a trade, remember?
Oh, other than me then. All the ones but me took that one. 1 minute left. Colts are trying to trade down. Oh, interesting. The Jets pick again in 3 picks?
No, they traded that. The wiki's just a bit wonky right now. Oh wait, never mind. They do have a second. Yeah.
Pick is in, I guess. Yeah.
With the 50th pick of With the 50th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Nigel McKinney, defensive tackle, Georgia. The Chargers are now on the clock.
Interesting. I kind of like that pick. I feel like at this point it's a decent value.
I guess they're trying to switch to a 4-3.
Yeah, I think so. And I liked McKinney a lot more than
McBride.
McBride. So, but I feel like it's a pretty good pickup for them. They're really trying to bolster their defense, it seems.
Yeah, I don't mind the pick. I know Saluna's made it adamant he hates every defensive tackle, but I think it's good value here near the middle of the second to pick up another 80 overall player.
I'm almost 100% certain if San Diego does not pick Blacknell here, Denver is going to take him. All right, pick is in.
With the 51st pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the LA Chargers select Prince Williams, cornerback, Air Force. The Broncos are now on the clock.
All right, I can guarantee this is going to be Blacknell. Like, there's no chance this is not Blacknell.
Talking about Williams, though, I love Prince Williams. He's an All-American this year. He's super athletic. I think he's a cornerback a lot in the mold of Marquise Reed, where he just uses his athleticism. He's got stuff to work on, but with how young this San Diego defense is, I like what they're doing over there.
I don't know how I like this pick, honestly. I'm still adamant they should have gone for Blacknell or any running back here, but it's not terrible.
I would have taken Blacknell just because I wouldn't want Denver to get him. It's in your division. These guys falling. You need a running back. And Denver also needs running back. So if Denver doesn't take him, I really don't know who would take him. But I feel like it's maybe Indianapolis. They need an heir apparent for. Yeah.
If Denver gets Blacknell, I think they've had a hell of a first 2 rounds with Benson Gifford and Blacknell. That's great value. It fills their needs. I can't hate them. They've had a really good draft if this is Blacknell.
My mic is fucked. With the 52nd pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select J.B. Blacknall, running back, UAB. The Jets are now on the clock. I think they may have also sniped the Jets here.
Well, if you wanted a running back, why would you trade behind Denver?
They didn't trade behind Denver. This was their default pick, right? Oh, no, never mind.
Well, they had a pick up there, so they just traded back. They're probably going to take the center now, I think.
Aiden Hastings.
I think the Chargers are really going to regret not taking Blackwell there.
I 100% agree. Blacknall was the right pick, I feel.
I think Blacknall's biggest thing is just how unready he is for the pro game. He did really well in Conference USA, but I think if he's put in an environment with a really dominant offensive line like the one Denver has, he should. Well, he's already better than Jerry Rambo day one, so pretty excited to see what he
That's
does.
Rookie of the Year, Jerry Rambo.
Jets have traded a 6th-rounder for John Hinton.
John Hinton, the center.
Minor trade, I guess.
That's their starting center, so they're not taking a center.
The Jets did? I think Buffalo did, right?
Imposter just told me that the Jets did.
Oh, on the trade board, it says Buffalo trades 6th-rounder 184 for John Hinton.
Oh. Thanks, Inspiral. I'm not on the draft board.
We're all dead.
Yeah, I expected this running back run in the second round, so I wonder if any more of them go. What do you guys think of C.J. Sheffield and Elijah Harden, the next
I don't
guys?
like either one.
Yeah, I agree. I don't like either of them. I think Sheffield has the edge because he's a power guy in a class with like 3 power guys, but I don't like either of them.
Yeah, I really don't like Sheffield. I like Harden more so than Sheffield, but neither are going to be great, I feel.
Jets under 2 minutes.
I can't see the Jets taking a running back.
They shouldn't. I think Hastings should be the move.
I 100% agree here.
It's almost insane how top heavy each round is and how barren it is at the bottom of each round.
I feel like that applies in real life too. Oh, picks in. With the 53rd pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Aiden Hastings, center, Iowa State. The LA Rams are now on the clock.
As expected.
Yeah, good pick there.
Check one for realism. No more steals in the late of each round. Good work, Saluna, making everything realistic.
LA picking now. I don't know what they need. Maybe a corner. I feel like it's a little. There's no value in corner right now, but there's not really much value anywhere. There's really only value in like offensive tackle and guard, I think.
I would like
Maybe-
Dylan Hastings to him.
Maybe no. The free safeties are kind of barren right now.
Hastings is probably a decent pick here, but again, it's hard to see what the Rams take.
Hastings just got picked.
The other Hastings.
No, no,
Dylan
Oh.
Hastings.
Could we have back-to-back Hastings?
I think they should go Brian Becker here. Tight end. He's scrappy.
He's also bigger than Curtis Henry, 213 pounds. Or 216, wow, even bigger.
He's got a broadcasting major.
I know Taffy's out skiing today, so I'm not really sure who's drafting for the Rams.
Rumor has it the tight end from Connecticut is in attendance at the draft.
Pick is in.
With the 54th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the LA Rams select Jeremy Starks, cornerback, Mizzou. Panthers are now on the clock.
I really like Jeremy Starks. I think he's going to be good in a couple of years. You're upset about every fucking pick, it seems like.
I love this pick.
Apparently the New Orleans method is to just want everyone and be upset when anybody gets taken.
I love Jeremy Starks out of Missouri. He's coming off a year where he's had all SEC honors at cornerback. And then he came in, and I know the four of us here wrote pro days, and he killed his pro day. It was one of the best pro days out of any cornerback. It's an excellent pick, good value for the Rams.
I agree.
The Carolina Panthers are up. They took Curtis Henry in the first round. I don't know where they're looking for this round. They could possibly be looking for free safety here.
This is going to be
This is
some
probably
pick.
guard or receiver.
Yeah, Cade is just going to draft all the receivers.
The best receiver on my board is Lamont Crawford out of Temple. I think what holds him back might be his frame. He's only 166 pounds, but he's a big playmaker in my opinion.
I don't actually think. I think it would be a huge mistake if they actually did draft a receiver here, but they drafted like
Pick.
3 receivers last year.
The 55th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Joshua Whitlock, guard, Washington State. The Bears are now on the clock.
Yeah, definitely don't dislike this pick for him. They do need a guard. Whitlock's pretty decent.
Yeah, it's not a bad pick. It's pretty solid. Can't fault them for taking offensive line value.
Oh, this is Chicago traded back earlier, right?
Yeah.
Interesting. I had them taking Hastings with their other pick, and he's still on the board.
Looking at my big boards, the remaining players that I have are most of the quarterbacks, which I won't go through. Sheffield, Jeremiah Newton, Logan Pruitt, Elijah Harden, Kemp, Crawford, the wide receiver and tight end. Only O-line left is Hastings. D-line, I still got Luke Lyles. Linebackers, Jameer Sample, Brick Madden, Angel Bailey, Ahmed London. There's a lot of linebackers left, actually. Richard Ryan. Ryan's a really good pick at this point, I think, for outside linebackers. Samuel Shaw, cornerback from Nebraska. A lot of safeties, and then specialists.
The Giants' first pick is coming up, right? They didn't pick yet.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Correct.
I think we should bring on some GMs to talk about their drafts so far.
Feel free.
If anyone wants to come on, say something in the shout box.
I'd like to talk. Oh, picks in. With the 56th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Samuel Shaw, cornerback, Nebraska. The Giants are now on the clock.
Little run on corners here. Got the Giants. Storm Stopper said he'd be willing to come on.
I'd like to talk to Spiral.
So I feel like Shaw is going to be their second corner, maybe third. They have Hull, obviously. He's good number one. Giants, they definitely need some wide receivers. They also need a quarterback. They don't really need much on defense. The 49ers are looking to trade out of the second. Browns looking to move up.
That says, like, looking for interview or something. Go in there and I'll drag you in one at a time if necessary. It's called Interview Queue. If you hop in there, I'll grab one every 10 minutes or something. If you guys, coaches or GMs, want to be interviewed.
Sure, come aboard.
I'll wait until this Giants pick and then I'll start taking people in.
I think it'd be interesting if they took Conroy here.
The Giants?
Yeah. Their quarterback situation is pretty garbage. They don't have any receivers, but they could still start what's his face for another year or two until his contract runs out.
Cotton Lewis.
No, I'm talking about
Mark.
quarterback.
Oh, quarterback. RJ Stanford.
Yeah, Stanford.
$80 seconds left. Are they even here?
I don't know. Who's their GM? Is it?
Dring.
I thought he was their coach now.
No, he upgraded to their GM as well.
He's their GM? Oh, okay. Well, he's like notoriously absent sometimes.
No pun intended, right?
Maybe it wasn't then.
I don't believe he's here. Oh, he is. He's here. Uh, 30 seconds left. Chiefs can snipe. $15 seconds. 10. The New York Giants have missed their pick. So now the shit's gonna be fucked up again.
Dream says it's not letting him pick.
He probably doesn't know the password or something. There's never been a problem with the interface.
Yeah, I don't think I sent him the password. I think I sent just to Notorious because he's the one who posted.
The Kansas, with the 58th pick
I
of
know.
the 2020
I did.
NFL Draft, or whatever pick we're on now, the Kansas City Chiefs have selected Luke Lyles, defensive end, Vanderbilt. How? I don't understand how Dream still has a job with the Giants. So many fuck-ups, not even funny. The Lions are now on the clock. So that was actually the 57th pick. So whoever picks next is the 58th, either the Giants or the Lions. Somebody keep an eye on the Giants pick. I don't have time. I'm looking at the Lions one.
I've got it.
Update. Make sure you do the wiki in order so the Chiefs are first.
No Lions pick is in.
With the 59th pick, the Detroit Lions have selected Richard Ryan, outside linebacker, Virginia Tech. The Colts are now on the clock.
Excellent pick. I really like Richard Ryan. He's going to be a really good playmaker.
Yeah, I think it's great. Good pick.
Yeah, definitely don't hate the pick. Good job, Lions.
I just reset their password just to make sure, so we'll see if it works. Colts than Jacksonville. This pick was from Philly that Jacksonville has. The Allen Taylor trade.
There's one more pick that I got from them for this.
So what players are you surprised to still see on the board right now? If any.
I think we've arrived at the point where you can just take whatever you want.
Yeah, it's really hard to shit on people when you don't know anything about them.
Honestly, I'm surprised Richard Ryan lasted this long. He was a good pick. The next stories are going to be when do the quarterbacks go? When do... I don't know, there's a lot of stuff here.
Dylan Hastings, the offensive tackle, is still on the board.
Giants pick is still not in 6 minutes after their time ran out.
He's still not able to fucking use the password. It's probably something wrong with him. Because I reset it.
We're doing well so far, though. It's almost the end of the second round, and it's only been an hour and 10 minutes.
Yeah,
So
we're going
good work,
fast.
team.
Okay, they just picked
William Anderson, wide receiver, Alabama.
Okay. I told him not to put a space at the end, and apparently that was the problem.
Why would you add a space?
I don't know.
I strongly dislike this pick.
Yeah, it's a terrible pick. He's been like down everybody's board for a while.
He only had big stats because Rory Weston literally threw 7,000 yards this season.
Colts, they were actually trying to trade down before, right?
Yes. I think people were waiting on the Giants pick to come in. They have 1 minute left. I will snipe if they wait. I don't know if I will, actually. No, I probably won't. I don't know who to take. 50 seconds.
Colts so far took Ian Hendrickson in the first. I don't think they go offensive line again, but I'm not really sure where the value is. Maybe Lamont Crawford to push Mr. 20 points off their depth chart.
This one could also be Jordan Kemp. Tight end seems to be a decent need for him.
He's not the kind of tight end that would be good in their system, though.
I mean, their top two tight ends are both blocking guys.
They have forfeited their pick. Jacksonville's up. Or not forfeited, but they've been skipped.
Well, this is an interesting couple of picks.
Pick is in. With whatever number pick is, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Jordan Kemp. The Raiders are now on the clock. Thanks for all the opinions.
You're welcome.
He'll be good blocking for Sowell. He'll be a reliable target for a young Barkley.
He's my
It's
second
hard
tight
to
end, so keep that in mind.
yeah. Oh yeah, it's hard to think anything about a second tight end, but he's good value here in the bottom of the second. Best blocking tight end this draft by far.
I actually considered taking Kemp in the second round. So
This is the second round.
I meant with the second pick that I had, like 20 picks ago. With the 62nd pick, the Oakland Raiders select Lamont Crawford. No homer. Bills are
The
now
Colts
on the
pick is
clock.
in as well.
The Colts have selected Joseph Whiteside, defensive tackle at USC. The Bills are now on the clock. Holy shit, what's going on?
I didn't want to take a wide receiver here, but I felt like it was the only value left.
I think this guy's a bit overrated.
Yeah, he's going to be number 3 on my team, so. And probably return kicks.
Whiteside.
I said I was going to take my thoughts on him when I picked, or when he was picked, and I basically think he's, I agree, he's a little overrated. He disappeared in some games, which was concerning to me. And on his pro day, his hands were apparently a big issue, which is what I kind of suspected. But his route running is supposedly like elite, so hopefully that helps.
That would be good for a slot receiver that's trying to find the holes in the zone.
So I have a Whiteside pick too. I think this one's actually pretty good for the Colts.
I believe Buffalo is trying to trade down from this pick.
Yeah, they've been trying to trade for a while.
I'm not sure if Buffalo is picked yet in this draft. They didn't have a first rounder. They traded their second rounder to the Jets for this pick, and now they're still trying to go down. This is the Browns strategy all over again. Keep trading down until you have 32 seventh round picks.
This might be a quarterback if they don't trade it.
Yeah, with board, I think this has to be quarterback. Unless they want to. No, wait, never mind. They got Severns.
We're also approaching the end. There's 2 more picks for the second round. I'm so hungry.
I had cookout for breakfast. It was the bomb. I'm so full.
What is it?
Cookout, it's the regional fast food here in like Tennessee and North Carolina and other areas around.
I want to get some fast food. I want to get me some of that Zaxby's, but I have to drive like 25 minutes or something, so that's not happening.
The Colts have traded away Joseph Whiteside to the Titans.
The fuck?
I'm so confused.
For a third and a 6th or something, or 5th?
The first pick of the third round. So rip Titans quarterback.
Yeah, so they're just not taking. I guess they're not taking the quarterback this year.
It looks like the Saints and the Bills have a trade together on the interface.
We do?
Yeah, it does. Looks like
Yeah.
the Saints are trading up for this pick.
Give me a second. No one here is trying to trade.
20 seconds left.
We're not trading.
Well, apparently you are.
It calls it like I sees it on the interface. So
I calls it like I sees it. Apparently the Titans have been trying to trade up for Whiteside 15 picks in a row. Buffalo has with the 63rd pick of the 2020 NFL Draft. Buffalo has selected Kevin Garvin, wide receiver, Boise State. 49ers are now on the clock.
I guess it's a matter of who wanted Garvin and is going to trade. I don't know why you trade up for Kevin Garvin, but oh
well. Since we've got a little bit of time now, maybe we should drag in one Storm Stopper. '49ers are on the clock.
Do you have a microphone? So
apparently the Bills were trying to trade with the other Dean.
That shouldn't happen.
With the 64th pick and final pick in the second round, the San Francisco 49ers select Dylan Hastings, tackle, Boston College. Colts are now on the clock. First pick of the third round.
Apparently the Browns wanted to trade up for the Bills, but they didn't want Garvin. So Garvin might be a Buffalo Bill.
I have no idea.
The what the fuck continues.
Wow, there's a lot of fuck-ups in this draft. It's been a while. We haven't had like 3 years in a row with very little fuck-ups. Okay, Stormstopper's mic is apparently not working, so might be switching back to Smoking Cricket is also in line.
I really like San Francisco's pickup with Dylan Hastings. Sorry I haven't talked much. I'm trying to keep up with everything.
Yeah, I am
on the
too.
week. Yeah, Hastings is 6'5", 323. He's an absolute mauler. Good fit for that run-heavy team.
it's also Boston College connection with Jumanji.
I'm still confused over the Bill situation. Yeah, I like to pick Hastings to the Niners. Probably want a city or two. But yeah, good stuff for the Super Bowl champs.
I'm updating too much shit at once.
Colts are willing to trade down.
Again.
Yeah, they just traded for this pick.
With the 65th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Elijah Harden, running back, Florida State. The Dallas Cowboys are now on the clock. Boom. In case Tony Peaks is rip.
Yeah, I see the logic in that pick.
Yeah, upgrade over Mamadou Hurd there.
Well,
Rip herd of Colts.
There's been a lot of division trade cess today. We see the Jets and Bills swapping. We see the Titans and the Colts swapping. Not sure how I feel about this.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
There we go.
Okay, good. We're doing well over here. Still pretty high on that Akil Morris.
That was an excellent pick, by the way. I was a really big fan of Akil. I was hoping he'd fly down to me, as I've told you. Taking 2 picks right before me really hurts. What do you think the future of him being in your defense is going to be like?
I think we're gonna have to do some building around him. I know there's always been some questions about his scheme fit in a 3-4 versus David Medley's in a 4-3. We're gonna figure out a way to make that work, though. We believe in putting as much talent together on the field and finding out how to make that work.
Sick. With the 66th pick of the 2020 draft, the Dallas Cowboys have selected Jeremy Evans, cornerback from BYU. I believe the LA Chargers are on the clock. Yes. LA Chargers, then Browns, Buccaneers, Browns again, Cowboys, and Packers.
Storm, you've seen the other teams in your division have mixed drafts. We've talked about how well we think the Packers are doing. We've seen the Vikings, how their offseason's gone. We've also seen what's that other team in your division? I just totally blanked. Oh my gosh.
Lions.
Yeah, the Lions with 2 good picks. Where do you think the Bears stand going into 2020 in the pretty tough NFC North?
Well, it's always been a really tough NFC North, so I think we've put ourselves in a good position to win as early as next year. The Lions are always going to be tough. They're a worthy opponent. The Packers definitely got better, but we think that the improvements we've made over this offseason are in line with everybody else, and I think as long as we can stay healthy, as long as we can, we still have a lot of drafting to go as well. So we believe that we're going to be in great shape heading into next year.
The next pick is in. With the 67th pick, the LA Chargers have selected Zion Hopkins, defensive tackle from Michigan.
Yeah, I want to talk about that pick real quick. Zion Hopkins is a very, very strong defensive tackle, but the Chargers are investing a lot into their defensive line. I'm really surprised with how much they've invested into it. I think that's 4 picks, 3rd round or higher in the last 2 years. Pretty interesting to see how it's going to go.
Yeah, he's a 2-gap guy too. So I guess they said they run a 4-3 though with Tunch earlier. So interesting to see how he fits in there.
He doesn't.
Storm, you're the head coach of the Kansas Jayhawks as well. You see your star quarterback, Eric Jennings, still on the board. What do you think he's good at, and what do you think a team looking for Jennings to do? Like, what scheme do you think he'll be best at? What do you think is sort of his pros and cons?
Well, I'm not about to give scheme advice because everyone's scheme is going to work differently, but I think he's going to be one of the most intelligent quarterbacks you're going to see. He knows what to do with the ball. He knows he has an understanding of how the plays is going to develop. Knows when to find the right receiver. So I think he still obviously has his flaws. There were a few frustrating moments this season, ill-timed interceptions, but for the most part, I think he has adequate arm talent, but just it's that 1 square foot of real estate, 1 cubic foot of real estate. I don't know what the saying is between the ears that is his strength.
With the 68th pick, the Cleveland Browns have selected Gabriel Beauchamp, defensive end from Akron. The Buccaneers are now on the clock.
Picking up the local guy.
That's good value.
I don't hate it at this point. I think whatever.
Just wanted to give out the Falcons front office nickname for Gabriel Beauchamp. It's good value though. Please, no alien. Have some mercy.
Show no mercy, please.
While you're at it, where are you with the investigation into the Packers bounty scandal?
They've been cleared of all charges since they fired the doctor.
Hmm. Well, you know, when you have an audience.
Broken. With the 69th pick, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Jeremiah Newton, running back, Iowa. Pretty big reach. The Browns are now on the clock. I do like Jeremiah Newton, but I feel like you could have probably gotten him like a round and a half later. Hello?
Oh, the Packers are saying they're considering hiring Greg Williams, so maybe I will have to reopen that case. Cleveland's up again.
Storm, walk me through your selection of second-round cornerback Samuel Shaw. What do you think he adds to your team? It's another defensive selection in that 2020 draft where you've already taken a keel.
Yeah, the defense has definitely been a priority for us these last couple of off seasons. We think Shaw. I mean, we just think he's a good fit opposite Ivory Hall. We know that we've needed a second corner for a while. So Shaw, like we know that he is a student of the game. We think he'll be a quick study for us, able to handle that number 2 position or number 3 if we choose to keep Jabari Branch at number 2 as well. So that gives us a couple of different options. And you know, it also doesn't hurt that he's from the state of Kansas originally. I don't know why he wanted to leave the state for school, but you know, it shows that he's a man of high character.
That was a solid amount of shitting on other people without revealing who you're sitting on there. The Browns have 2.5 minutes left on their pick.
I feel like from what I've heard, the Saints are desperately trying to move up. Browns may be a trade partner here at 70. I'm not really sure who the Saints are going for right now, though.
Eric Jennings. Time to ditch the Devereaux.
Devereaux forever.
That confirms it.
Just a general question for you, Storm. As a GM, you're looking around the league. Besides your own team, who do you think has had the best draft?
Why is it the Jacksonville Jaguars?
There's one answer that I could give that I'm bound by my Bears contracts not to give regarding a certain NFC North team. So I'm going to have to go with the Cleveland Browns. The Sean Bell pick was questionable. I mean, I'm a Bell fan myself, having seen him at Baylor. But I think getting C.J. Thomas and Cameron Marshall, like those are 2 pieces that are going to carry that defense for a long time to come.
Effectively, the Browns traded the rights for getting C.J. Thomas or Cameron Marshall for Joel King, so I think that worked in their favor.
Absolutely, and worked even more in their favor that it was Cincinnati they traded those rights to.
This is why you don't trade with people in your division. The Browns have 60 seconds left. And Spirals, like, wants you to say the P word.
I mean, I don't want to get sued for breach of contract, though.
Cleveland, with the 70th pick, Cleveland has selected Antonio Heath, tight end Tulsa. Cowboys are on the clock again. I don't know a whole lot about this guy.
Another mediocre tight end to Cleveland.
I think this is the first pick where I legitimately didn't know that guy before the draft, or before right now as I type him in the wiki.
It's hard to tell. Is this like Dallas's 4th pick of the 2nd and 3rd round, I think? Is that right? No, it's
They have had
3rd.
a lot of picks, it seems like.
They have a lot of mid-round picks.
Yes, their 4th pick overall.
Yeah, it feels like they've been up a lot. Them and the Browns.
Pick is in already.
They have selected Manuel Slade, free safety, Oregon State. I like this pick. Packers are up.
Yeah, he had a pretty good pro day, I believe.
Yeah, this is pretty solid for him. Good consolation for not getting Blakely.
One of the rare players coming out of Oregon State to ever be drafted. That's been a pretty poor program in the past. They have a pretty steady coach now. I like what he's doing there, but props for Slade to make it out of the Cornelius or Corvallis, Oregon, and make it to the pros.
Cornelius, Oregon.
That's how not memorable they are.
Jamaica,
Sorry, Beavers.
Hashtag show me your beavers. Has the cow emoji been added? If so, utter up, please.
It has been added.
I feel like Packers could be looking for an inside linebacker here, or maybe a defensive tackle.
I think it's not a bad idea necessarily for them to maybe take a quarterback at some point. I don't know how good Rodgers is, and
Rodgers is pretty garbage.
yeah, and Johnson's getting old, so I think it might be a good idea to at least have a backup.
I was just about to say that. I think Conroy or Jennings would be really good value here, just to sit. I think Johnson has 2 years left on his contract. It's a good time to start grooming a successor.
Yeah, QB's not a bad pick here. Could see Eric Jennings out of spite of the Bears.
The last 2 picks were both named Lucas for the Packers, so maybe they could go Lucas Rodriguez, the punter here.
Also the head coach of the Cleveland Browns.
Or Brian Becker, the head coach of the Raiders.
Lucas is kind of a weird name for somebody who has the last name Rodriguez. I feel like those two don't go together.
I mean, it's his real name, so awkward.
Yeah, I don't know.
Cleveland-Oakland feud starting up right now.
with the 72nd pick, the Packers have selected Justin McCain, wide receiver, North Carolina. The Steelers are on the clock.
That's a ball.
And Spiral said this pick might get shit on, but I actually love that pick.
I like that pick too. What?
That was our next pick.
I actually
Justin
considered taking
McCain
him in the
is-
second round.
He's
with
had like
my
no
pick.
coaches.
Justin McCain is silly fast. He's got that quick burst of acceleration off the line. I think they'll have a lot of fun with McCain.
Yeah, they don't need a wide receiver really, but I mean, it's a pretty solid pick. I think Pitt probably would have wanted to draft him because they don't have any receivers of note.
Oh, it's the
Still-
Steelers' first pick.
J.K.
Wow.
Clemens, someone should definitely pick him. Matt Jones will be JJ's successor.
Not if I have anything to say about it in Spiral.
Pittsburgh's pick is in.
With the 73rd pick, the Pittsburgh Steelers have selected Ronnie Bailey, quarterback LSU. The Saints are on the clock. I really don't like this guy at all.
This is about where I had him going, though.
He gave
Middle
up
of the
300
third.
yards to Raheem Robinson in the bowl.
He also has substance abuse problems. New Orleans is on the clock. Is Imposter still around? I haven't heard him talk in a while.
I'm here.
They're stressing because all the Saints picks are going right before them.
That's his tradition.
All right, after this next pick, I'd like to bring on Smoking Cricket. After the Saints pick is in.
Storm, do you have any final words before we send you out?
Is that from the Bears organization, we're really happy with what we've done so far. I'm looking forward to seeing Eric Jennings and James Carson get drafted, and the Packers still suck.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Cricket, yeah.
Great.
With the 74th pick, the New Orleans Saints have selected Toma Tumali, the guard from Hawaii. Buccaneers are now on the clock.
A bit of a reach, but I don't mind it. He's really good. It's All-American. Had a killer pro day.
Yeah, I feared he'd be a bit of a reach here, but we needed a guard. A bunch of other positions we were looking at, of course, got taken beforehand.
So, Smoking Cricket, you're part of the LA Rams organization, and your first round pick yesterday was Jared Self. How do you feel about Self and his future on the Rams defense going forward?
Taffy really liked Self among the players that we were projected to get. We didn't obviously think we'd get Tyler Jones or anything like that. But among the players and the needs that we had, we thought that Self was probably the best one of the ones that would fall to us.
Picks in. With the 75th pick, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Devin Conroy, quarterback, Colorado State. The Seahawks.
Wow.
Why?
I don't think they have any idea what they're doing.
Okay, we have to hold off on the interview for a moment. Devin Conroy, super hyped quarterback coming out of Colorado State, just got taken to the Bucks, who already have Taylor Hayden. He's a completely different quarterback compared to Hayden. I guess they're grooming him to be a successor, but they're gonna have to start retooling their offense to fit around Conroy if they think he's the guy.
This makes absolutely no sense.
I can't fathom this.
Seattle's pick is in.
With the 76th pick, the Seattle Seahawks have selected Brick Madden, linebacker, Oregon. The Texans are now on the clock.
What an excellent pick. Brick Madden was my third inside linebacker on my board. I love how he was able to clean up hits from Okonkwo and Jennings in the front. He's also an all-name prospect. He's a big downhill hitter paired up with Malcolm Douglas Scott. That Seattle 3-4 is going to be really nasty.
Yeah, I like Brick Madden. I don't think he's a starter
Sam.
for them, but
With the 77th pick, the Houston Texans have selected outside linebacker Ahmed London from West Virginia. The Redskins are now on the clock.
I actually like that guy.
I think this is a great pick.
One of the many Muslims on West Virginia. But yeah, I like Conroy a lot. I think he's a starter in 2 or 3 years, but I don't think Hayden is somebody you give up on. He almost won MVP 2 years ago, and he had a down year, but I feel like that's because of the coaching change, and they just haven't figured out how to use him yet.
Back to you, Smoking. Rams took Jeremy Starks out of Missouri in the second round. He's a guy a lot of the commentators and panelists really liked. What do you think Starks adds to your defense?
Well, Taffy really liked Starks too. We were thinking about getting one of those two Colorado State linemen in the second round, and then they both came off the board, and so we just said, no, we can't do that. So we liked Starks, and we were kind of hopeful that he might fall a little further, and then we could maybe trade around and go backwards a little bit. But that didn't really happen, and all the corners started going. And I'm pleased with Starks. I think the one knock on him is his speed, which isn't terribly helpful in the NFC West. But I think there's a possibility to scheme around that. I like this pro day in his combine. I think he's going to play in the nickel for us in year one, and then when we decide about Polsfoot and Patterson, I think Starks will be a number 2 guy for us, probably in his second or third year.
Yeah, seems like a good plan.
Yeah, great pick up there for you guys.
Washington's on the clock. Do you guys have anything in mind for them? Is there any guys falling?
I did notice Ronald Barker's not getting much attention, as is. Yeah, where'd he go?
I played Ronald Barker mostly in a 3-4 this year. I mean, I thought he did okay. I do think it is possible to run 2 gap defensive tackles in a 4-3. There are systems where, like in real NFL, you look, there were like the Ravens 2000 team, for example, and the Panthers copied it a couple years later. You put these two fat guys in the middle, clogging up everything. You let your linebackers kind of roam. I think the teams that want to run a 4-3 and have, that sort of strategy, like, we could do. We have a lot of two-gap defensive tackles at the Rams. That's a possibility for. I think Barker's a great guy.
The Redskins are running out of time.
Yeah, they had this issue before because Nephew Jack is using his phone, I believe.
There's like it's actually pretty crazy how massive the drop off is in overalls right now. It just drops like 3 into the mid 70s all of a sudden.
Well, there's still some value, I think, in the safeties. If people need safeties.
That's true.
Jacksonville's on the clock.
Yeah.
Oh, Washington picked Raheem Burkett, inside linebacker.
Oh, I like that. One of my recruits. He's been good.
75 overall.
He's been overplaying his rating a lot.
I found what Jacksonville has done. I know you're going to pick again next, but I found what Jacksonville has done the past 2 years has been pretty interesting from a strategic standpoint. Last year, getting Soul was one problem we always had in Jacksonville. We never had a running back, and never really had a wide receiver either. So now 2 second overall picks in a row to address those, and then building a good portion of the rest of the team. Hastings at right tackle. If we didn't have a ton of right tackles in LA, I would have taken them in the second round. But we have those, so couldn't take him. I think the way that team has transformed has been quite interesting. As somebody who was there for years and years and years.
Yeah, Jacksonville had some pretty mediocre drafts back in the Tabor era.
My pick's in. It's Ronald Barker, defensive tackle from Boston College. Falcons are now on the clock.
I was wondering when somebody was going to take him. I don't know why he fell so far.
He actually, like, his pro days and stuff are pretty solid. He's going to be the heir to Rich Moore eventually. That's my plan.
I think Atlanta was going to take him if you didn't. So
I thought a bunch of teams were going to take him in the last couple picks. I didn't think I would get him. Has the Redskins pick been in? Oh yeah,
I called it the Penn State guy.
So that was my last pick, assuming I don't trade up for 4 rounds.
So I'm not sure what to expect from here on out. There's still a few guys that are probably decent value left on the board.
Well, all the value is in positions where people have a guy or you can only play one type of player. Like there aren't that many teams that run 2 running back schemes. You can only have one quarterback on the field most of the time. Unless somebody decides they want to run trick plays.
Oh, sorry, my mic was muted. Jordan Kemp was a 4.5 out of 4.5, and he became an 80 overall tight end, which is the highest 4.5 ever.
Yeah, and he's also an early declaration.
And he's an early declaration, yeah. So nobody seems to have noticed that outside of me. Oh, Jankowski was also an 80. Thanks for the correction, Jimbo. He's going to be one of the best receivers in the league.
Don't tell Danger that.
It's actually kind of amazing how systematically how the Buccaneers have been destroyed, now that I think about it. It's up there with the Vikings.
Well, Blitz was never the most, I guess, active verbal coach. You always just sort of noticed him
Yeah, I never saw him on.
every now and then.
But like what they've done there is just piss poor. Like, this draft is ridiculously bad considering what they need. Falcons are about to get skipped, and the Buccaneers can snipe. They have 20 seconds left.
We had actually thought about moving into the middle of the draft to take Blakely if he had been around. Taffy being a homer and everything. It didn't happen, so we were like,
Picks in.
oh well.
The Falcons have selected Mario Ruff, strong safety, Cincinnati. The Buccaneers are on the clock.
I mean, I don't have complaints.
I like that because RC Roan is getting up there, and Ruff is kind of raw, but I think he has a lot of potential.
I really wanted Ahmed London there, so I was taking a bit of time scouting out the rest of my board, making sure I had the guy lined up. Like you said, I think Ruff is a guy that can sit and learn behind RC Roan. He was the only playmaker on the Cincinnati team from last year. He's decent. I like his measurables.
He's also a good returner. He's had fairly successful returns. I think 3 last year. Damn, the Vikings pick after this for the first time in what feels like forever.
I think it has been forever.
How have they not had any picks? They traded away everything.
I think we should have Rome come on at some point. Talk about the Texans. A lot of some shit on their draft, but maybe you can defend it.
Yeah, he should come on.
Well, they have that running back formula and a few other things. I think the way that they evaluate players is just different from the rest of the hive mind here on the site. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but that just is the impression that I get from Houston.
I've said it privately before, but I guess I'll say it publicly. I've always thought C. McGill is one of the worst GMs as far as drafting goes. So and this draft is just further proving that to me.
Pick is in. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have selected Michael Hernandez, cornerback, Alabama. The Vikings are now on the clock.
Of the three players that were really high on my board, Hernandez and Ruff were two of them, so I can't fault this pick.
Yeah, no, I don't have any complaints about this one. Decent pickup from Bucks.
It's not very many corners left. It's only the third round.
Well, we all whinged and moaned about, and nobody has corners. We all suck at corner. Everybody needs help in the secondary. Even talking about playing safeties at corner. So I'm not terribly surprised that all the corners are pretty much flying off the board. We knew we wanted one.
Thankfully, I'm pretty set at corner for a little while.
George Brady, please.
Thank you for taking him off Kansas City.
You're welcome.
He really had Nick Holt's number.
Yeah, I noticed his stats against Triplet. Pretty good.
Coincidentally, 3 picks ago, we passed 1/3 of the way through the draft.
Progress is eminent, people.
With the 82nd pick, the Minnesota Vikings have selected Tomas Weathers, cornerback, Colorado. The Bills are now on the clock.
Yet another mediocre cornerback to Minnesota. One of these guys has to pan out eventually, right? Emperor of Orange says he's going to make a dead air compilation of the draft. Yeah, this has been much less talkative than previous years, I feel like.
I think the group that we have on this time is not as talkative. Jumbo used to help kind of facilitate.
Well, we're picking in about 2 spots, so I'm looking through people I think I want.
Yeah, so coming up are the Bills, the Broncos again, the Rams, the Patriots for the first time in a while, Ravens, and the Panthers. Who's the last Patriots pick?
I think they only picked once. I know they picked the. Yeah, I think they only picked once.
They picked.
Taylor Randolph.
They didn't have a second round pick. Yep.
They traded their second to go up and grab Randolph.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. Is any team getting close to running out of draft picks? Let me look.
We have 4 fifth-rounders, so not us.
The Chiefs have one left, a 6th rounder.
Good lord, 4 fifth-rounders. You're going to have a team of 72s.
Yeah.
Well, I think one of the nice things, I think starting this year is the 5th-round contracts and lower are non-guaranteed, which is kind of nice if we get snippy with all of our picks.
The Steelers only have 2 more picks. They only have 3 total.
Wow.
They've gone with the strategy of getting a bunch of veteran players in trades. See how it works out.
The Bengals have an absurd amount of picks the second half of today. Like 8. Also the Ravens. 6, I think. Cardinals have 5.
I still have 6 picks.
Are you interested in 2 6ths for your 4th?
No.
Damn it.
So the Bills' first pick was Kevin Garvin, who they confirmed they are definitely keeping.
Their pick is in.
This
With the 83rd pick, Bills have selected CJ Sheffield, running back Purdue. The Broncos are now on the clock.
That's a weird pick.
Is that kind of a BPA thing? I don't know how he fits behind Gus.
Yeah, I'll get that.
Maybe they're going with the 2 running back offense. That's the only reason I would think they would draft a running back here.
they still don't have quarterback, so I was thinking that might be Jennings here, but I guess not.
And Spiral is having an orgasm in the chat box.
Let me guess without looking. It involves the words choo choo.
Yep.
Oh, something's wrong with the wiki. Errors.
Oh god, where?
It says error reading from pipe.
Oh god.
It's just a formatting error with
Their pick is in.
Yeah, somebody deleted a vertical line, I think.
I don't know. It looks good to me.
The Broncos.
The draft wiki.
The Broncos have selected Eric Jennings, quarterback, Kansas. Rams are now on the
The
clock.
Jennings twins. They have Todd and Eric Jennings.
I don't like this pick, but I guess he's their backup.
Rams are on the clock. I'm guessing Smoking is working through that list. With a team as complete as them, it's just really hard to think about where they feel their needs are.
So I guess this is confirmation that Denver will not be re-signing Darren Werner. So he's going to be available. Who's typing?
Damn, and Spiral's being savage to LDO right now.
Oh, jeez. The old open bucket runs deep.
We definitely need to
Picks
make.
in. With the 85th pick, the LA Rams have selected Julio Dunn, guard from Nebraska. The Patriots are now on the clock.
Julio.
I like this pick. I think he's good.
How many Nebraska players have been drafted in the last 2 years? The team is like
Wow.
devastated.
Well,
We
well, there's also the fact that there was that 1 year, the 15, where it was basically Nebraska just had one JUCO and Sean Hamilton, and that was it. So they've done pretty damn well with professional players.
This is yet another Patriots pick after we said that they hadn't picked much lately. Could be interesting to see where they go. I feel like they have a pretty solid team all around, just rough around the edges.
Already got their pick in.
With the 86th pick, the Patriots have selected James Carson, linebacker, Kansas. The Ravens are now on the clock.
Excellent value.
Well, there's
79
Storm
this
Stopper's
deep.
other Kansas player, drafted within 2 picks of each other.
The Shotbox is just becoming an orgasm of coaches for their college players.
Baltimore with another pick. They've been picking a lot so far.
They're going to be picking a lot more in the near future. We are approaching the end of the 3rd round, by the way. So after the 4th round, are we taking a like hour and a half break?
Yeah.
Yeah, roughly.
So
I need to grab food, yeah.
so I can go make food and do other things.
Yeah, I'm.
The second half of the day should go much quicker because the pick time is only 2 minutes, I think.
Should we bring up?
I think the event thing says 2-hour break, but I don't quite remember.
That's fine, too.
Azul says if Storm won't give him KU, he's going to make his own KU roster. I didn't know he was a Kansas fan. Baltimore's pick is in.
The Ravens have selected Arthur Taylor, tackle from Arizona State. This guy had a piss poor combine and awful pro day.
Yeah, I didn't really like him. It's the reason he's fallen this far. But an 80 towards the end of the third round is not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, this one definitely feels like BPA. I was waiting for him to get picked.
Carolina's on the clock again. Not really sure what they are looking for. They could use an outside linebacker, I think. Maybe a running back, if there's any left that they like, because they did have some injuries at the position last year. Maybe Kevin Muse.
One thing that I think is fairly different between Skaggs and Murphy is that Skaggs uses his tight ends quite a bit, and I haven't quite figured out how to make Murphy do the same.
Also, you guys have never really had a great tight end, so. But yeah, that's something I noticed at Temple is J.J. Robinson does not like throwing to tight ends. I don't know why, but I have 4-4 tight end and barely ever got on the stat sheet. Like 2.5 guys were getting on the stat sheet over him regularly. Carolina's pick is in.
With the 88th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Sean Hamilton, quarterback, Nebraska. The Giants are now on the clock.
Wow, that's an interesting pick.
They're going to trade Skaggs.
I see what they're doing here. They're going to use Skaggs in the regular season, and then when they make the playoffs, they're going to use Sean Hamilton. Because Skaggs cannot win the playoff
Damn,
game.
you've already seen through their plan. It lasted like 10 seconds.
Wow.
There's not really better places than to sit behind Skaggs and learn. Hopefully he's not Peyton Manning and takes all the reps. I think Hamilton is very moldable. He's got a lot of tools. Should be interesting to see how he develops as a Atlanta Falcons front office.
Titans wanted him. Apparently,
So did the Giants.
They didn't expect 3 QBs taken.
Yeah, you're pretty shit out of luck if you want a quarterback now. You got Kessler, Moffitt, Weston. Kessler is more of a receiver than a.
Yeah, I think Kessler's pro day said that play him at receiver, don't play him at quarterback in the NFL.
He's a receiver, yeah. He's like
He's in
Julian
the-
Edelman.
He's in the quarterback thing on here, though.
I know.
Well, he does have the
Keep in mind his receiver rating is like 5 lower.
well, his he does have broad jump and bench press ratings, which the other players listed as quarterbacks don't have.
I moved him on the combine page.
Oh wow, he was taken right before the
Or no, I
Giants.
didn't. I
Dude.
just
They
didn't.
really got sniped.
Wait, did I? I did move him.
The sheet that I had originally didn't have him moved.
He's
but
moved.
I
He's
just-
a wide receiver on the combine page with a Wonderlic.
Oh yeah, Kessler exists.
But yeah, he shouldn't be going now. But so we're burning through quarterbacks suddenly. All 3 of these went to weird places. Conroy to Tampa is awful. Jennings to the Broncos is good long term, I guess, and Hamilton is like Garoppolo.
Well, I guess I would guess Moffitt is the next quarterback.
The Giants have selected Angel Bailey. Sounds like a porn star. Outside linebacker, Georgia.
Tampa with another pick.
As much as I was, not extremely happy with Randy Roberts during the regular season, I think his bowl performance was excellent, and maybe it's just I didn't figure out quite how to use him. I do have a feeling that if that tight end had not declared, and we had a tight end, I probably would have done a little bit better with Randy. We couldn't really figure out what to make of him, but I think he's okay.
I think he's pretty good. Rough start to the year, but he started to get it together. Put in some really nice performances towards the back end of the season.
The Bucks are up to pick again. They've had a lot of picks in the first 3 rounds. Some criticized, some less criticized. Should be interesting to see where they go with this pick. This is actually their 3rd pick of the 3rd round. They've taken Conroy and Michael Hernandez.
Tampa's pick is in.
Mike. William Johnson, tight end, Michigan State. Saints are now on the clock.
Interesting that he fell this far. I think Tampa has a good tight end already, but
Jerry Saipa, I believe.
yeah, he's not like amazing, but he's pretty good, I think. New Orleans.
I think he was one of the most hyped tight ends a couple years ago out of the draft, if I recall that correctly.
Let's see what D&D and Imposter are going to do now.
It's kind of a weird spot for us, admittedly. And again, every pick after Davis has been.
Picks in. The Saints have selected Patrick Lambert, wide receiver, Boston College. The Cardinals are now on the clock.
I'm kind of surprised he went over Gerald Morrison. I like Gerald Morrison a lot more.
I think so too.
Lambert's definitely a project guy, but I like his potential.
Well, Jumanji told me that Lambert was the number 1 his last season, and that Morrison was number 3. And then they all evened out, and I flip-flopped too. I don't know if that was for the better or for the worse. I liked Morrison's size more on the outside. That's why I put him there. But I could totally see taking Lambert ahead of Morrison if somebody liked what he had done 2 seasons ago.
I actually had Lambert as the worst of the Boston College wide receivers. I like good old what's his face, the speed guy, William Moore behind Morrison, but I love Morrison's frame. He's 6'6", 210. Hard to pass on, just a big-bodied receiver on the outside.
Oh no, Jumanji told me that he had Moore at number 1. I was actually kind of disappointed with Moore. I thought he'd do a little better than he did, with some of his projections.
What do you guys think of Arizona here? They're picking for. They've been picking a lot today, and they've had some good picks.
I wouldn't be terribly surprised if they take a quarterback here. I know they've looked at shipping.
With the 92nd pick, Arizona Cardinals select Emanuelu Lesa, tight end, TCU. The Eagles are now on the clock. This guy was shifted around between wide receiver and tight end like every 2 games, so I'm not sure.
Well, that's common in reality now. There's a lot of tight ends who, I forget what his name was, the Saints tight end. There was all that hoopla about this franchise tag because he split out more as a receiver than he played at the tight end. So he wanted to be paid like a wide receiver, not a tight end. And I think the arbitration settled in the middle.
Good old Jimmy Graham.
Oh yeah, Jimmy Graham.
Yeah, I kind of like that pick. As far as value at this point, there's not much value left, but they needed a tight end. I actually projected them to take one in my mock draft before I traded up. We're getting into the range where like a fullback might get taken, I feel like.
Or the only kicker.
I don't think any of these kickers are getting taken soon.
Eric Holder.
Yeah.
I think Holder's a 76. That's going to hurt him in the eyes of people.
75.
But there's only 2 kickers, so if you want a shot at one. What do the Eagles do here? I don't know. They need O-line, I think, again?
It's not a whole lot of O-line right now. There's some guards, but the tackles are pretty depleted. Maybe they'll take a shot at one of these receivers. Shaheem Lemons, William Doherty, Eric Watson, Gerald Morrison.
Shaheem Lemons still around. They have 1.5 minutes left.
We definitely need to make I Survived the 2020 Draft Day 2 t-shirts. This is going to be tough.
Yeah.
Nothing's ever going to beat the first one, ever. Imagine if we had 9 more rounds now.
I don't think my ass cheeks could take it, just sitting down like that.
Well, there were fewer teams as well.
But the picks were like 10 minutes each at any round, basically. It took forever. The Eagles have selected running back Kevin Muse from SMU. The Raiders are now on the clock. They have found their muse.
I don't hate it.
They need to replace Brian Davis because he's old as fuck.
That's true. You don't know if Muse was the guy. He's not bad by any means, but he does have a tendency to disappear from time to time.
2-hour break for people who missed it is after the 4th round. So it's going to end up being around 4:15 to 6:15 Eastern time. And then the final 3 rounds should take probably about an hour and a half.
All right, Oakland pick is in.
The Raiders have selected James White, free safety, Bama. The Jets are now on the clock.
That is an awesome value pick. He slipped really far.
What are you going to do with him? Because you have Randall Jones.
Well, I needed a backup free safety because Randall Jones has gotten some minor injuries here and there. And my lowest overall backup was free safety. So I liked his pro day. His readiness grade is 4.8, which is really bad, but he had a scouting grade of 9.0. So I feel like he's a sit and wait kind of guy. We'll see with Randall Jones. I'm probably going to re-sign him because he's a free agent after 2020. But I like having the depth. And at this point, there's no other position where I really needed a starter. So
Well, I don't know if you can draft a day one starter at this point.
Yeah, no, it's not happening.
That's true.
So for the most part, this guy's going to be a special teamer this year and probably for the foreseeable future. But I like his long-term potential.
Yeah, definitely no arguing that. I do like the pick.
I think the one exception will be what happens in a couple of years when long snappers hit the draft. Is that going to be a total meme here, like it is on RNFL?
Just FYI, the next couple running backs are all FCS. Like, there's a couple FBS ones, but it's Quincy Honeycutt, Sam Chapman, Major Morris.
He's very appropriately named for a Citadel player.
Yeah, he is.
That is a beautiful place too. I don't know if any of y'all have ever been, but if you go inside of one of the quads, it's stunning.
I don't want to hype anyone up, but the last running back taken out of northern Iowa was David Johnson to the Cardinals. Maybe Chapman is in the same mold, right, guys?
Maybe.
I won't disagree.
The Jets have selected running back Sam Chapman of Northern Iowa.
Jesus.
49ers are now on the clock.
Full David Johnson hype train. Let's go.
So it seems that the Jets draft a running back every year. Am I wrong with this? Emmanuel Fields last year.
I'm really interested to see how the FCS players transition to the NFL, since they're kind of like the JUCO players that we used to have before the new system, where we have a couple of JUCO guys sneak into the draft and you didn't really know much about them, but they had decent ratings. But now we have some stats and some pro days on some of the FCS guys. I am kind of intrigued to see how some of them do.
I just looked up the pictures of the Citadel online, and it looks like some sort of like evil. I don't know. It's just like the quads do look kind of cool, but I feel like in general the buildings look very evil.
Well, it is a military college.
That's true.
I mean,
It's just giant squares. That's really intimidating.
Yeah, it's very evil.
But you got to be inside of them to really appreciate it, I think.
It's just squares.
Why is there so many KKK pictures when I type in the Citadel into Google Images?
Well, so I had a history professor who, when he was getting his doctorate, one of his cohort mates did his undergraduate at the Citadel. And apparently the freshers, the first year guys there, they have to, on command, be able to recite certain facts about the university, or they'd face some kind of punishment, usually of a corporal nature. And so, anyway, his PhD friend was defending his dissertation, and his instructors asked his friend, my professor's friend, so what was the first battle of the Civil War? And in Citadel lore, there is a legend where there are some Citadel cadets who fired upon a Union ship in January 1861, and they have to recite that story out, like instantly if they're asked. And so, without thinking, Professor's friend actually shot that story out, and his dissertation committee said, "Good, if you answered anything else, we would have failed you."
Wow. That's some Trey Chaffin shit. San Francisco's running out of time.
I feel like once we're out of the third round, we should bring in a different guy, Jumbo or Dean. It's in the interview queue.
Yeah. Kafka, I don't know Kafka's like died mid-response to me via PM. Could you keep typing? Picks in. Oh, I like this pick. The 49ers have selected PK Fletcher, guard from Penn State. Early declaration. Titans are now on the clock. This is the first pick of the fourth round. Woo!
Yes,
Very
Elijah
nice.
Buffett.
Yeah, this might be a quarterback.
All right, Smoking. Any final words before we switch you out?
No, just appreciate y'all having me.
Thanks for coming on.
Go Rams.
Go Rams.
Storm?
Oh, what's his name? So many names. Hundreds of names.
I'm starting to mix up real and fake players. It's a problem.
Do the Titans have a quarterback yet?
No.
They do not.
Best quarterback left on my board is Moffitt. I know I'm a lot higher on him than you guys, but he's not a day one starter. This is getting really scary for the Titans.
Emperor said the PK in PK Fletcher stands for Paris Killer. PK's real name is London. What?
Help me understand.
Picks in. The 97th pick, the Tennessee Titans have selected Ian Braden, guard, Western Michigan. The Cardinals are now on the clock. We only have 3 minutes per pick now, by the way.
Was Emperor making a meme? I just don't understand what happened.
That's Emperor is like a living non sequitur.
Hello.
Hello.
Jumbo!
Jumbo! We've missed your commentary this year.
So, Jumbo, you guys have had the draft going. It's always tough to draft at the bottom because you've done so well. You made it to the Super Bowl again. Which of your draft picks do you think makes the biggest first day impact for your team?
Congrats on your second consecutive Super Bowl, by the way.
Yeah, we're the first team to do it too.
Let me see those
First day.
names.
First day, probably Darcy, I would assume. I'm not 100% sure that we're going to start Hastings, and Woodworth is not really going to be a starter. And the guy we just took, the running back, is also not going to be a starter.
Picks
So,
in. With the 98th pick, the Arizona Cardinals have selected Rory Weston, quarterback, Bama. The Chargers are now on the clock. So Randy keeps his QB.
Interesting. Some insurance for Jarius Jones.
He knows how to use them.
Yeah, I figured we'd take a QB at some point. I just didn't think it'd be Weston.
He was actively trying to trade for Kamau Davis. I'd never heard anything again, but he was a couple days beforehand, so that's not surprising to me.
He was trying to ship JJ yesterday.
Wait, he was trying to get rid of Jarius Jones?
Or he was looking for it, I believe.
What? That's like major news.
I feel like he's been trying to trade Jarius Jones. Like he says he's open to it like every offseason.
We missed the Schefter account. We need rumors. This shit just pops up out of nowhere. SD's pick is in.
The LA Chargers have selected Gerald Morrison, wide receiver, Boston College. The Bengals are now on the clock.
Jumbo, you just selected Sam Chapman. What did you see in him, and what capacity is he going to be used in next season?
He had a pretty good season rushing last year. I'm not sure on Northern Iowa's roster, obviously, but I assume it wasn't great. And they still made the quarterfinals of the FCS playoffs. He was pretty much the best running back in the FCS last year. We liked his pro day and we liked his combine. He's very agile, particularly. I think he's probably going to start out as our third running back, though. Fields is almost certainly going to start. And we have Marvin Washington coming off his ACL, but he's pretty much going to be third down gadget type back. And so unless something goes wrong with that, Chapman will just sit and learn for now.
The Jets have made 2 very deep runs in the postseason, but haven't been able to finish out. What do you think is the piece that's going to take you over the top and win you that first title?
Sorry, can you say that question one more time? My headphone fell out.
So you've made it really far in the postseason every year. What do you think is the piece that's going to take you over the top and win you that first title?
Honestly, the biggest factor is just kind of luck. If you don't get lucky, you're not going to win the title. And that's basically it. I mean, we lost this last Super Bowl on like a touchdown pass with 30 seconds left. And if that doesn't happen, then we would have won. So it's all just up to luck, really, I think. Well, yeah, but I think ultimately that was a close game that could have gone either way. And I think if you play it 10 times, we win 5 times, they win 5 times.
So, and we also barely made it out of the championship game with Oakland starting their third string running back.
Yeah, Alien's really salty about that still. Yeah, I'm going to leave this quickly. Can you guys add me back in? Something's wrong with my push to talk.
Yep.
All right.
No, Llamas may not be here, so Alien might have to send the Vikings password to Bellwood.
What?
Llamas might not be here to draft for the Vikings, so Alien might have to send the password to Bellwood, the Colorado State head coach.
If they hadn't outscored us, we would have won, Jumbo. Bengals have been skipped. Bills are now on the clock. Keep an eye on the Bengals pick.
They put it in.
It is Jose Leon, strong safety, Georgia.
An 80 in the 4th round is pretty good value.
Yeah.
Plus, they really like Celestin, but he keeps getting injured, so.
He's so overrated. It's not even funny.
Yeah, I don't think he was ever really good, but
I don't think
they
he's good
hyped
either.
him up. I like Emperor's fun fact.
Fun fact, the Bengals are garbage. Well, Bills are about to run out of clock. You guys need to pick it up. You don't have that much time. Let me see if anybody from my big boards left. Looks like Albright, Marshall, Moffitt, Roberts from the quarterbacks. Pruitt from the running backs. No receivers. No O-line. No D-line.
Buffalo's on the clock.
Jameer Sample, the linebacker. Buffalo has selected Jameer Sample, the linebacker.
Nice.
Clemson to Buffalo. The Saints are on the clock. I'm sure Imposter wanted Jameer Sample.
Yeah, totally. Screw you, Buffalo.
Is Jumbo back? Can we ask him more questions? Oh man, he's still gone.
He's like, his keyboard doesn't work apparently.
Just wanted to ask if he had any regrets.
Every year. My dreams of the Samir, Jameer, Amir reunification are dead. Emperor. I feel like Emperor plays NFLHC like there's Pokemon and he just wins by accident.
Apparently, Jumbo's laptop is now updating, so he'll be back later.
Wow.
He will be TBD.
I would have laughed if they had a pick coming up. So Kafka hasn't been on the site since he died mid-trade. Is he okay?
I bet it's his wife is like yelling at him because he's drafting all day.
Miss Kafka, please give him back to us.
Number 102, the Saints select Michael Avery, North Carolina. This guy I think might be like the biggest bust in the draft. He's like I had him undraftable. Any opinions?
I don't really know much about him, but I don't like Wills very much. So
We consider two different players here, and it really just went to defensive scheme. I'm not that high on Avery, but I liked him more so than the other player.
I don't know anything, but I do know Tar Heels suck.
He has injury risk and drug problems.
The double whammy.
So yeah, he's not gonna finish a season. Oh wait, he doesn't have injury risk, but he does have personal conduct problems. He had statistically the worst rating in two different linebacker categories at the combine, and he had the worst pro day out of any player that had a pro day. Yeah, Randy says he took him off his board as well.
Dean Greg Pelton. I'm in the interview queue, but I'm afraid my mom is going to come in my room.
We could bring Dean on now and then Jumbo for round 5, I guess.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Come on aboard, Dean.
All right, hey guys, what's up?
Browns are
So,
Oh shoot.
all right, Dean, your team
Fix it.
had 2 early.
Sec. The Dallas Cowboys have selected Jermaine Lockett, running back, Auburn.
Ooh.
Dolphins are now on the clock.
I guess good back up to Abraham. I personally don't like Lockett all that much, but
But they have Adrian Robinson though already. Wasn't he good too?
Yeah.
You really need a third
I don't
string
understand
running
that
back.
one.
So, Dean, you guys had 2 early draft picks, C.J. Thomas and Cameron Marshall. How do those guys fit into your defense, and what do you think they'll let you be able to do next year that you weren't able to do this year?
Well, Cameron Marshall really fits in with the rest of our cornerbacks. With Kadeem Martin already there, and I think the problem is we've been playing Kadeem quarterback. I don't think he is like a number 1 corner. So Cameron Marshall should really be able to step in almost immediately and fill that. Even if he doesn't, he'll gain the experience, and I think he'll be that going forward for us. And he'll fit in with our young safeties, Andrew Wade and Marcus. So I'm really excited about our secondary going. And with CJ Thomas, we just haven't had any studs in our front set issue for us. I think CJ Thomas is a stud. So we're really looking forward to having an elite talent our front line.
Back about this. Oh, Miami has selected Jaheim Lemons, wide receiver, Michigan State. Texans are now on the clock.
Bust. That guy's terrible.
Now, this is a guy I think was the biggest bust.
This guy, I had him as undraftable.
He fell really far.
I'd argue he didn't fall far enough, but that's just me.
That's how I feel about Michael Avery. Shouldn't have been drafted. About this Dallas thing, Adrian Robinson is the best backup running back in the league, so I'm not sure.
Maybe they want to trade him for something, because he could be a starter.
Dean, if you're still here, walk us through that Sean Bell selection. What do you think he's going to add to your team?
Well, first of all, we just really need a decent running back. We really did like Grady Mitchell last year. He was a beast in college, but unfortunately, he just doesn't really seem to fit in with our offense. It's got a little bogged up. Started out pretty decent, but went down south towards the end of the year. And I think Sean Bell's just a good fit. In Baylor, he was with a scrambling quarterback, Marcus Schwartz, and we do like to run it with Ryan Clark as well. So I think Sean Bell just fits our need. I had Sean Bell as the second best running back on our board right after Terrence Rogers, and even with the risks with Terrence Rogers with the drug problems, Sean Bell might have even been the first one. I thought it was really close. Bell was a beast last year. He kind of took a while to get going, a lot like Musa Good. But Sean Bell is a guy we really loved, and it's been my plan to take him probably for a while. And I was hoping he'd be there at the top of the second round. I was even afraid he wasn't going to be there. We tried to trade up a lot because I was afraid of the Chargers maybe trying to take Sean Bell. But luckily, we got our guy. And even though some people don't love him, we do. So we're really happy with the pick.
Yeah, Sean Bell had a fantastic season. He actually had 1,694 yards, just 16 behind Terrence Rogers. 26 touchdowns to go with that. I think statistically he was the best running back last year. Hard to fault you for going for a guy you like.
Yeah, and he's not necessarily ready to go right out of the gate. We're aware of that, but we have time. We're not a team that's going to be competing for a championship next year. We're aware of that, and I think Sean Bell is probably the best prospect going forward. So even if he is a project, it's a project we can work on for a couple of years.
I think we've missed 2 picks, so let's go ahead and talk about it.
Sorry, Dylan Grant from linebacker from Alabama to the Texans, and the Ravens have selected Caden Dozier, fullback from Georgia. 49ers are now on the clock.
Hey, first fullback.
Yeah, I think they're just trying to build up like a spread option team or something. Run based shit.
Dean, looking at this draft and this offseason as a whole, how do you think you'll do in the AFC North next year, and who do you think your biggest competition is going to be?
Well, the AFC North changed a lot as a whole this year. The Steelers got Chester Henson, which was the worst move I've seen as in terms of how I feel about it, because not only did they get Chester Henson, they got Chester Henson for nothing. And Chester Henson. You guys go.
San Francisco 49ers have selected Ernie Crawford, a linebacker from Oklahoma. The Jets are now on the clock.
We start some run on inside linebackers. That's 2 in a row, and it's 3 since our pick.
So yeah, the Steelers picked up Chester Henson, and
he is just an absolute beast. And paired with Paul Davenport, their offense is going to be a lot scarier. I still have some questions about how effective they are in the passing game. I think they could definitely still stand to improve. But they're a very scary team. The Bengals upgraded their offense entirely, but their defense has some question marks. And the Ravens' offense is probably going to look a lot different than what we've seen in the past. So, we're all just changing as a team this offseason. So it's going to be very interesting. I think we'll line up nicely. I don't think we'll be contenders this year, but we definitely could surprise people, I think. I like our chances going forward. And I think the team to beat is the Steelers.
Jets have 1 minute left.
Has Jumbo's computer finished updating?
It's been over 10 minutes, so I would hope so.
Dean, interestingly enough, you left off division champ Baltimore Ravens. What do you think is do you think they'll be as potent next year as they were this year?
I don't see it happening just with their offense and all the changes overgoing. They're a very good defensive team still, but there's just question marks on offense, and it's hard to see the Ravens do it repeating their success last year without Booker T and maybe without Reggie Watkins if they're starting Brett Fisher.
You recently moved to coach Nebraska in the college game. What facilitated that move, and how do you think the Cornhuskers will do next year?
Just quickly, the Jets have selected Jesse Hutchins, strong safety from Air Force. The Bears are on the clock.
Yeah, Nebraska is a very good position. It was one I didn't necessarily consider taking at first, but J.M. Jacobs had tried to court me for the Iowa job a while back, and I really was interested in rejoining the Big Ten again. I really love that conference, and with Slinky and LDEO coming back, and then with my friend Lucas, who's the head coach of the Browns, joining the conference, I just really felt like it was the place for me to be. And their recruiting classes have not been up to par with the ones in the past. So next, we're probably going to be going through a rebuilding phase as a team. But there's still a lot of talent on this roster. We have some amazing guys on the defensive line, and I'm really looking forward to being the coach of the Nebraska Cornhuskers.
The Chicago Bears have selected Quincy Honeycutt, running back Samford. The Cardinals are now on the clock.
So they have Quincy Turner and Quincy Honeycutt.
Two Quincy's. Are there any other Quincy's in the league? Cardinals pick is in. Cardinals have selected Charles Fowler, defensive end, Oregon State. I know nothing about this guy. Falcons are on the clock.
Well, he's on one of the worst teams.
I don't think it's terrible pick.
I think James Carter's better, but I'm not like 100% on that because I've just never seen Charles Fowler's name really.
Calling him Q Train Jr. Darman says he's jerking it to fullback highlights. Atlanta has selected Sean Gunderson, defensive tackle Marshall. This guy was really hyped for a long time.
I'm just glad I didn't get sniped again. I really wanted Abed London in that last round, and I was pissing my pants waiting for Sean Gunderson to fall for me.
Yeah, Gunderson.
I think he had 11.5 this year.
Oh, yeah. He was like super hyped for some reason. I don't know why, particularly at Marshall. The Vikings are on the clock, by the way. They're already halfway through their time. A bunch of people apparently wanted him.
We could have taken him with the Avery pick. That was the other guy I was thinking about.
Yeah, Arizona has taken two defensive ends, Omar McManus and Charles Fowler.
Did they have a really bad run defense?
They had a really bad
Still do.
everything.
So a couple of players still on the board here. William Doherty out of SoCal. He's still up there.
Yeah, I've always liked Doherty, but he didn't really, kind of fell off, I think, because he was really hyped up there. I think like the sophomore year, 'cause he was just putting up insane numbers, and then he kind of dropped down back to earth.
Picks in. Aw. With the 112th pick, the Minnesota Vikings have selected Ja'Cory Kessler, wide receiver. Chargers are now on the board.
It happened.
I actually really wanted this guy. That sucks.
Same. Good pickup by the Vikings.
Do they actually? I don't know why the Vikings need him.
They just want to collect really fast wide receivers.
Like, they don't need an emergency quarterback, for example, but I guess as a wide receiver.
Yeah, if they're planning on starting him as a quarterback, or not starting, but even using him as a quarterback, I don't like that. But as a wide receiver, maybe.
I think if anyone were drafting him to use him as a quarterback, it'd be a bad.
Yeah, it's not a good idea. The LA Chargers are on the clock now. All the draft buttons have disappeared. Oh,
It does that sometimes. You just gotta refresh.
clicks in. The Chargers have selected Robert Grant, guard from Kentucky. The Buccaneers are on the clock. Jumbo ever come back?
No, he did not. See Emperor breaking out via fun facts again.
The Bucks have another pick. Oh my god, they've had 100 picks today.
Hashtag thank you Miami. Somehow getting 5 picks for a second.
$15.
Oh, okay, good. Hungry. Tampa Bay has 1 minute left. What's the timer on the last 3 rounds? I think it's 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's 2 minutes.
Oh, this 2 picks from now is exactly halfway through the draft. After the Broncos.
The Patriots have the halfway point.
Tampa Bay has selected James Richardson, wide receiver, Mississippi State. Broncos on the clock. Anybody know anything about this guy? I know he's number 1 for Duncan, but I feel like he never did anything.
I know he's super skinny.
Holy shit! Yeah,
It's like
156.
my size.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he didn't do too much this year. Of course, Mississippi State's passing game wasn't nearly as effective as the running game. Yeah, Richardson definitely took second. I definitely took a backseat to Ryan Childs and Patrick Glass for most of the year.
Oh, Ryan Childs is gonna be good. He's I think he's a freshman, 2.5 out of 5 or something. That guy had a really.
He's a redshirt freshman, and I think he had 9 touchdowns this year. He's gonna be a beast.
Yeah, I'm excited for him.
That's damn good. Who recruited Raheem Robinson? Was it the?
It was Majestic Monk.
Is that the Australian guy? No, that was King Azal or something.
Yeah, I think it was some 16-year-old kid that Danger goaded into recruiting.
Wait, I don't remember Majestic Monk at all. I feel like I've never heard that name.
Pretty sure he was around for like 2 weeks, and then it was like just for recruiting.
Was there an Oklahoma State guy named King Azal, right? Am I imagining that shit?
Oh no, I do remember him. Yeah, he was. I don't think he did anything either, though. He was just like
He was
I just
Australian.
remember posting in the like introduction thread, and I
He
think
was
he
around
posted
for
a
a
photo
while,
and
though.
stuff.
He was around for like a month or something. He
Maybe.
was on the Jaguars, I think. Denver has run out of time. Oh, nope. They have selected William Doherty, wide receiver USC. The Patriots are now on the clock.
I feel like Denver's strategy is to pick the highest overall player left available.
Every time.
Yeah.
That's a good value at that point. I'm not terribly impressed with him, but again, 80 in the fourth.
This guy had a really underhyped college career for how hyped his
79.
recruiting was.
Yeah, I feel like he did a lot in college too, but I guess it was just because of the Luke Trickett.
I like haven't heard this guy's name since he was recruited.
I think he had some small hype his sophomore freshman year, and then it just went downhill. He's 6'6", 228, so he had pretty big size, especially in comparison to a lot of other receivers.
I'm curious to see what the Patriots do here. I heard some rumors about them taking a QB at some point.
I hope someone takes Luke McHenry soon. Get that hype train going. Hundreds of people do.
I wish we got the max stats on that sheet. I know it's out there somewhere. It just didn't get merged in. I just wanted to see how booming his punts were.
If I recall, Ball State had like superb punting averages this year.
I think Jumanji has the max stuff. If Jumanji's around, could you hit us up with Luke McHenry's punting average?
Should I be surprised he lasted this long?
Picks in. The Patriots have selected Gary Gaines, guard from Arizona. The Rams are on the clock.
Gains making gains.
Luke McHenry averaged 44.97 yards per punt.
That's impressive.
Great. Yeah, I was gonna say I think most people it's like 46.2 to be great.
The highest on the sheet that I see is Jesse Dowdy, a junior at Ohio State. He was hitting 45.4 this year.
That's my boy.
It's good, but it's not. I feel like that's for NFL. That's like average for like a good one.
These punters like get better after college, maybe? I have no
Yeah,
idea.
they do.
Dowdy is also an accuracy guy too, though.
I recruit the best special teams players, just saying. ODU is going to have some great guys coming.
I beg to differ. Penn State has like 3 5-star kickers.
Oh, damn.
That
Yeah,
AK McGowan guy is unreal.
I make sure that special teams players are rewarded.
Yeah.
Too many people lose games because not having a kicker.
Browns don't really have a kicker. But where are we?
Rams are about to run out of time. Why are people running out of time? You've had like so much time to think about this.
I think no one just wants to draft anyone at this point. They're just trying to figure out which guy. They're just like, okay, I guess I'll take it. St. Louis usually tries to, or Los Angeles tries to thrive on the later rounds. I think Chappie really like prides himself on finding gems.
LA has selected Ethan Crockett, strong safety, Bama. The Bengals are now on the clock. I like that pick.
And there's your 2018 National Championship Game MVP.
Both Bama safeties got drafted.
Yeah. Damn, that Bama team is stacked. It's crazy, but they've all their positions are already filled in again.
This guy was the successor to Tavian Oliphant, I believe, right?
I think there's one in between.
When we were looking at successors for R.C. Roan, it was really between Ruff and Ethan Crockett. I like both of those guys a lot.
I think Roan is probably going to be done within 3 years.
Good thing they made that pick then.
Most of those people that aren't like quarterbacks and stuff are going to start going away soonish. Running backs are going to be the first to go, for sure.
Rest in peace, Don Williams.
I'd be surprised if Don Williams stays in the league after this year.
Yeah, I was surprised he didn't, but I guess it's good he's still getting that fat contract.
Who is that Notre Dame first round running back from the first draft? James something.
Bush.
Is he still around? That guy is awful.
He retired like 3 years ago. Pick is... Nope, they're about to run out of time again. Pick is in. The Bengals have selected James Carter, defensive end Air Force. The Seahawks are now on the clock.
Yeah, I like Carter. He had like 8.5 sacks last year, I think. It's, pretty decent for a backup defense.
Seattle's up. This could be interesting. They haven't taken a quarterback, right?
McIntosh stay in Washington? Probably not here.
I hope not.
They could probably take him as a UDFA.
I hope McIntosh is not drafted. That guy is Jamarcus Russell, but worse.
DeMarcus Russell, except he isn't good in college. Although, I mean, I think he's not that awful. I just think, like, partially it's Dean, obviously. But, I think he's probably like a... The problem is I don't know what kind of quarterback he is, really. I think he's not that good at running.
He's a hybrid with no dual threatness.
He's like Ja'Cory Kessler without the mobility.
He's like Julius Thomas, except better.
Agreed. I mean, I'm a better quarterback than Julius Thomas.
Seattle has selected Samuel Porter, free safety, Boise State. Giants are on the clock.
If you had to pick between Julius Thomas and Melvin Jefferson, who would you pick?
Julius Thomas.
Yeah, Julius at least took his team to a semifinal.
Me too.
Melvin is literally the worst.
Is he still in the league? He must be.
I don't think he was signed by any team. I'm pretty sure he's just like maybe sitting at home hoping some team calls him one day and just never will
Not
get
officially retired.
He's starting on the worst CFL team.
We have 7 more picks in the 4th round, plus the 2 comp picks. Sorry, 8 more plus the 2 comp picks. Alien said anything in like the last 30 minutes?
I'm trying really hard to figure out what to go I'm gonna get between the rounds.
Double up on cookout.
No, I can't do double cookout in a single day. I'll literally
Dude,
shit
just
my
get-
guts out.
There's different tray options, man. You can get like anything, man.
I want a chicken quesadilla tray with the side of 2 chicken quesadillas.
Dude, my friend did that once, and it was the dumbest shit
Dixon.
I've ever seen.
Giants have selected quarterback Randy Roberts, Boston College. Saints are on the clock.
Oh,
That's exactly how I feel. Ooh.
that's a pick.
Looks like Elijah Moffett is going undrafted. Rip.
Rest in peace, the Prophet Moffat.
I'm thinking Jimmy John's, guys. What are your plays for in between round food?
I'm going to Wendy's, I think.
I'm gonna have whatever my mom makes me for dinner. So I still live with my parents. Swag.
I haven't
The
lived with
real
my parents in
MVP.
10 years.
Hey, it's free, so I mean, can't really beat that.
Gotta bring your girlfriends home. Oh, wait.
Exactly. See, perfect fit.
The Saints have selected Alex Stanford, cornerback, Rutgers. Lions are now on the clock. Has anybody fallen more than Moffitt from like hype? I thought Moffitt was hyped last year as like a first overall pick, or am I imagining that?
No, I think that definitely happened.
I vaguely remember this happening in like 2018 season.
I think the thing is with quarterbacks is people just have kind of shaky judgment on who's gonna turn out to
People
be the
have
best.
like no attention span.
Is there anyone left from the green room post?
Apparently Stanford was a 74 overall, 4 out of 4.
Oh, holy cow, that's really high.
That's might be the highest ever 4 out of 4. Anybody from the green room post? I don't think so. I think they ran out a while ago. Oh, I'll post the resolution for your picks later, by the way.
Embarrassing for one.
A bunch of people that submitted too late, you're not allowed to. Your answers won't be accepted. It closed at 7:30 yesterday. If you submitted after that, your picks will not matter.
The last person taken was Michael Williams. Wait, Hastings maybe?
Let me look on there. Yeah, I think it was Michael Williams. Lions have 1 minute left.
Jennings?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think Eric Jennings, the quarterback, was the last one selected. He probably went home.
No, he sat there until he was drafted.
What's the longest somebody's waited in real life? I think like
Pick 84. I think there was someone who was like second round.
yeah, that sounds right.
I'm back. Anything crazy happened?
Randy Roberts to the Giants.
Wow, that's a terrible pick.
Yeah.
Found out Alex Stanford was a 74 overall, 4 out of 4.
You missed 6 picks, I think, so you're coming up.
Rumor Geno Smith is still in the draft green room.
The Lions are about to get leapfrogged. They're out of time.
That rumor is actually fact, I swear.
Yeah, Lions are out of time. That means the Colts can snipe. Lions were apparently trying to trade down. I thought Kafka was letting me trade up to his, or other way around. Sorry, they were trying to trade up earlier.
It's really hard to trade down with how fast these picks go, guys. If you want to hash anything out, do it in break.
You have to do it beforehand too. Like, it doesn't make sense to
Yeah.
start talking about your pick when it's your pick.
Troy just running out of time.
Somebody keep an eye on the Lions pick while the Colts comes in. Oh, Detroit has selected Elijah Moffitt, quarterback, Rutgers. Colts are up.
I think this is a good pick. I really like Moffitt.
What about LeCount?
I mean, it's value.
I mean, it's not the worst pick. McCount is getting kind of old. I mean, not for a quarterback, really, but and I believe he's had injuries before. So
I think it's a pretty solid pick.
I mean, I guess he's their backup. Who's their current backup? Adrian Jenkins, I think.
Out of Fresno State, yes. This is 2 back-to-back Rutgers selections. Way to go, Vol Magnet.
Yeah, back-to-back Rutgers.
Who would have had Alex Stanford going ahead of Moffitt though?
So we got Colts, Bears, Raiders, Bills, Bengals, Raiders, Bears to finish off this round. Lots of B teams and 2 Raiders.
I feel like the Bills have had 0 picks this draft.
They've had 3, I think. Yeah, they've had 3. They took Kevin Garvin, CJ Sheffield, and Jameer Sample.
Still no quarterback, though. Pretty interested to see what they do there.
They're fucked. They're going to have to re-sign Younger. They might go after Alex Williams, actually.
That wouldn't be
Yeah.
a bad yearly pickup.
Colts have a minute left.
Did the Seahawks haven't taken one either, so they're rolling with Philip Rhea?
Maybe. You could draft Cody Albright to have the
Or both go
Michigan
after
competition.
Alexander Williams and somebody gets fucked.
Kareem Taylor is still available as well.
Like you said,
The Colts have selected Leon Augustine, kicker from North Texas. Bears are on the clock. Time for the kickers to go.
He was pretty good, I think. I don't think he missed a kick.
his pro day made it seem like he was a really inaccurate kicker, but he's amazing on kickoffs. So
I feel like the kickers this year are not long-term material. They're all too low rated.
Chicago picked already.
Chicago has selected Jeremiah Joseph, strong safety, New Mexico. Oakland on the clock.
I like that one.
Yeah, I really like Jeremiah Joseph.
He was part of those Los Lobos years.
I feel like a lot of that New Mexico team was Arizona Wildcat rejects that just went on to be really good.
Raiders.
Exactly.
There's a free safety named Dwayne Carter from the Citadel. I don't know why, but I want him. The Oakland Raiders have selected Shia Reader, linebacker from Toledo. Bills are now on the clock.
I really like Shia Reader. He had a lot of sacks for an inside linebacker. It's pretty impressive.
How does that even happen?
It's a weird ass name, Shia Reader.
Yeah, I really needed a backup inside linebacker that's in Mike. So this guy is not going to start, but he'll be a special teams guy. Linebackers are always good on special teams.
Ted said kicker is not even worth that pick, but I took Alejandro Aguirre last year, and he's been fucking money. Cricket is accusing people of being Muslim.
Not just any Muslim.
He's a Shia reader. Oh, Shia LaBeouf. I've been wondering. I was like, that name seems familiar.
Oh my god.
Bengals pick again next.
This is Buffalo. This could be a quarterback. If you're gonna take a quarterback, you might want to do it now.
I don't think there's any quarterbacks left.
I like this Kevin Marshall kid out of South Dakota. He went 6-6 in FCS.
Or they could take a Dylan Bishop and just ride a hype train.
Julius McIntosh.
J.J. Robinson, Temple.
Greg Killian. I like his name.
Julius Thomas. I mean, college football semifinalist Julius Thomas.
Picks in the fuck. With the 126th pick, the Buffalo Bills select Richard Holt, fullback, Miami.
Oh.
They're gonna fucking never pass. They're just gonna run 40 times a game.
Smash mouth the offense.
Yeah, who even needs a quarterback when you're just gonna smash?
They're gonna put the other running back they drafted as quarterback, Sheffield, and then just run all the time.
They're gonna bring new battles out of retirement. Throw in that quarterback so he can run the smash mouth.
I just don't get why they're not going with Younger. I feel like they just lost. I guess he wanted too much money, but they just lost all their progress. Even if they re-sign him, it's not good. You lose all your chemistry, by the way, when you let people go, or most of it. I don't know if I've ever explicitly said that, but it makes sense because the person's leaving your team.
This is the quintuple option where you have no wide receivers out except for Kevin Garvin, who's basically a fullback. I'm really excited for their weird offense.
Like Rome, Buffalo, let me smash.
They're gonna direct snap to a guard and just plow through.
We got, what do we have left? Bengals, something. Bengals, Raiders, Bears. Food break. And then 2 minutes per pick after that. I don't think the second half of the day will take more than 2 hours, honestly.
Do you want to say meet up at 6:30?
Yes. That sounds good. 6:30 we reconvene. Clock will start at 6:30 for the New York Jets. Make your trades now so we don't stall unnecessarily. Augustine continued. También estoy contento de que Google Translate existe para que todos mis fans puedan entenderme. No voy a cambiar desde mis orígenes en la Armada. Wait, the Spanish Army? What?
That was amazing. Oh my god.
What? Oh, Dylan Bishop to Buffalo. Get hype.
Saying, man,
Wait, whatever
he's gonna
happened
run
to
it
the guy
all
I wanted
day.
to draft a few years ago that Buffalo took? David Kaplan. Is he just dead? I was so hyped on that guy.
I remember the hype that he had as like a late round sleeper quarterback.
The Bengals have selected Adam Schaefer, defensive tackle, Texas Tech. I like this pick.
Yeah, he's a monster.
Now back to this discussion. What happened to David Kaplan?
I'm sure he's still there, right?
Yeah, he's still there.
What the fuck? It's been 3 years.
David Kaplan was drafted last year.
Wow. Apparently
It's
my
a spell
sense of time is just poor.
He's the one good thing to ever come out of San Jose State.
Dude, that guy is fucking... I was so hyped to draft him.
Did you take Barkley before he came up?
Say what?
Did you take Christian Barkley at draft?
I think it was 2 years ago because I wanted him on the Dolphins.
It was last year.
Oh, I don't know then. I definitely wanted him at one point.
Yeah, I thought he was pretty good for a San Jose State quarterback.
We're into the comp picks. There's only 2 for this round. Raiders and Bears.
Fun fact, Elijah Moffett joins an illustrious list of Loins QBs drafted in the 4th, such as Joshua Andrews, Brett Bolin, and Gerald Bright.
Success stories.
Gerald Bright wasn't bad. He just kind of fell by the wayside, I feel like.
Yeah.
It's like
I'm pretty sure this confirms Moffett as a future Hall of Famer.
Didn't Bright just win the Super Bowl?
I think he won one at Atlanta as Javier Fields' backup.
Didn't he win it? I think he was on San Francisco too. Has he won 2 Super Bowls?
Holy shit, the Robert Horry of football.
The Oakland Raiders have selected Eric Holder, kicker from Alabama. Bears are now on the clock.
Damn.
I desperately needed a kicker. I didn't even have one on my roster.
I think Matt Fisk is the way to roll, man. But we'll see.
Holder, I'm pretty sure, hit a 59-yarder last season. He's a
He had
beast.
like 8 50-plus field goals or something like that.
I'm just worried that he's a 75 kicker, which is not good after progression.
Matt Fisk is like a 73, so...
Well, but you know what you had there. You don't know what you have with Holder. I don't think this is a good pick, but we'll see. I think has potential, but I don't think the gamble is worth it at this point.
Slinky Jr. This time it'll work for sure.
I can't believe those are all Lions quarterbacks. What?
I feel like they take one every 4th round just to see if maybe this year he'll be good.
As soon as this pick is in, by the way, I'm shutting off the broadcast because I need to go get snacks, drinks, go to the bathroom. I just need to, like, live. So, 6:30, we'll start the broadcast at 6:20 or something. We'll be fine. Or 6:25 is fine. Bears have 80 seconds left. Again, if you missed it, Jets are starting us off first. That 4th round only took 45 minutes, so we've picked up.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a record finish to finish the last 3 rounds. I'm pretty hype.
The 3rd round was longer than the 2nd, interestingly.
Not many people know this, but Saluna is just a sentient modded copy of bowl-bound college football.
Oh my god, Bears, are you serious? We're gonna run out of time.
No.
Bears are running out of time. Make your pick.
Do the Jets get to snipe?
They've picked. Stopping the clock. With the 129th pick, the Chicago Bears select Quinn Ledbetter, center, Illinois. See you in 2 hours.
Just had to get a fucking Quinn.
Yeah, we're starting at 6:30, guys. 6:30 Eastern.
6:30. Clock starts at 6:30. See you then.
Sounds
Take
good.
care.